Councilmember Karbasi.
Here.
Councilmember Arias.
Presente.
Councilmember Chavez.
Here.
Councilmember Bredeveld.
Here.
Councilmember Esparza.
Present.
Vice President Perea.
Present.
And Council President Maxwell.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Thank you, City Clerk. Next will be the invocation that would be led by Pastor DJ Kreiner. If I could have everybody rise at this time and stay standing for the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be given by Councilmember Gary Bredefeld.
To our council president and those on our council, God bless you. Let us pray. Well, Father, it is another day's journey, and Lord, we are glad to be in the land of the living, which means that you still have work for us to do. And Father, on this amazing morning, we are overly excited to be here, Father, in these chambers so that we can watch and hear and bear witness to something that heaven has already approved of, which is the meeting of the minds of our wisdom, of our council together, so that we can figure out what is best for our city. So in the mighty name of Jesus, the Christ that I pray to, I pray, Father, that you would bestow upon everyone on this diocese, Father, the wisdom, the knowledge, the understanding to work together for the better good of our city. We lift up our mayor to you, Father. We lift up our city clerk, our attorney, Father God. We lift up every individual, Father, that represents each district that represents this city. And I pray that today, not just our city, but cities across our nation will bear witness to the unification and the unity that exists when people come together for the sake of one common good. And that is what is best for the city of Fresno. We honor you. We give you glory. We also pray for our nation. We pray, God, that we come together, Lord, as one people. That, Lord, we do not be divisive or separate because of race, because of creed, because of religion, but we understand, Father, that the greatest sign of unity is the red blood that runs in our veins. Now, God, we honor you today. In the name of Jesus, I pray. Amen.
City Clerk, are there any changes or removals from today's agenda?
There are a few changes to the agenda, but first I'd like to make a few announcements. We do have Spanish, Hmong, and Punjabi translators available via Zoom and closed captioning, and we do have two in-house translators, Cindy and Alfredo, for Spanish, and Cindy will come up now and let the audience know their services.
Hello, my name is Cindy, and we have Alfredo in the back as well. We do have services for hearing impaired as well, so if anybody would like a receiver, feel free to come see us in the corner over there. Yo me llamo Cindy, estoy aquí para interpretar en español. También tenemos a Alfredo. Estamos ubicados en la esquina ahí atrás. Gracias.
Thank you very much. And changes to the agenda today, we have a few. First, an item that has been moved to the May 25th agenda. That is consent calendar item 1R, file ID 23694, regarding rejecting all bids for the John Muir Elementary Safe Routes project. That will be heard on May 25th. And the following items have been removed from the consent calendar and placed on the contested consent calendar for further discussion. First, 1C, ID 23693, actions related to the lease agreement with New Visions Aviation. That has been moved to contested consent by Councilmember Arias. Item 1D as in dog, that is ID 23707, the cooperative purchase agreement with Braun Northwest Inc. for the purchase of one Northstar 265-5 mobile command vehicle for the police department. Moved to contested consent by Councilmember Arias. Councilmember Arias. Consent calendar item 1F, that is file ID 23696, regarding an addendum to order 419913 with Zen City Technologies for data gathering and analytics. Moved to contested consent by Council President Maxwell. Consent calendar item 1K, file ID 23679, regarding the approval of 1.5 million permanent local housing allocation agreement with Broadway Plaza Family Apartments LP for its Hotel Fresno Apartments. Moved to contested consent by Councilmember Arias. 1M as in mother, file ID 23616, regarding renewal of the Fresno Police Department annual military equipment use report as originally required by Assembly Bill 481. moved to contested consent by Councilmember Arias. Then we have consent calendar item 1S, that is file ID 23695, regarding an award to a construction contract to AC Electric Company for the Fresno Street Corridor Project, moved to contested consent by Councilmember Arias. And we have consent calendar item 1W, that is file ID 23714, regarding the rejection of all bids for Fresno Street and Browning Avenue intersection improvements project. That item has been moved to contested consent by Council President Maxwell. Those are all the changes I have at the moment.
Thank you, City Clerk. I'll take it over to my council colleagues now for any and all changes to the agenda, including any items you wish to remove, continue, pull, register a no vote, or a recusal on. We'll go in numerical order, starting with Councilmember Carbasi. Okay, Arias, Chavez,
There's nothing else left after Councilmember Arias pulled half the agenda.
Bredefeld.
No, there are. I'd like to pull item H, 1H.
You want to pull that to contested consent?
Yes, content. And 1DD, I'd like to pull for contested. And I'd like to register a no vote on 1J and 1R.
Okay. Councilmember Esparza.
Yeah, have we pulled 1V as in Victor for contested consent yet?
No, we have not.
I'll pull 1V as in Victor. And also 1AA.
Council Vice President Perea. Carbasi?
Thank you. Yeah, 1DD, I'm working with one of my colleagues, so I'm going to postpone that one to the next meeting. And
Which
working with
one
the
is
city
that,
manager.
Carbasi?
That's the red light runner. DD, David.
You want to continue that item?
Yes, to the next meeting. City manager and council member and I are working on that.
And that would be May 25th. Anything else, Carbasi?
That's it, thank you.
Perea? No changes. Councilmember Perea. Okay, is there a motion to approve the agenda as amended? Got a motion from Member Arias and a second from VP Perea. Any opposition? Seeing none, item passes 7-0. Thank you, everybody. All right, next up will be the fun part of today's meeting. That is our ceremonial presentations. We have about 4 presentations that we're going to go through today, but we're going to start off with a proclamation for Anna Hyundai. So Anna, if you and your mother could join us at the front of the audience. We'll be down there in just a second. All right, everybody, you know that we do a lot of these ceremonial proclamations. We do a lot of groups and organizations, but it's pretty seldom that I'll do a proclamation for an individual. I really try to hold off and do them for, folks that I think are really special or have done something incredibly special with their lives. And so I think it's pretty rare that we get somebody as young as Anna Hunt, who has already accomplished so much in her 17 years? 18 years. But I felt that she was worthy of a proclamation today. When I first met her 2.5 years ago when I started office, I was having open applications for the Fresno Youth Commission. If you don't know what that is an organization of young people throughout the city. Each district gets to pick their own delegate, somebody that gets to vote. And what are the important issues facing the young people in the city of Fresno? What are some potential solutions? We had a lot of applicants, and there were a lot of really good applicants, but it was no contest. When we met Anna Hunt, we knew that she was incredibly gifted and bright, and that she was extremely passionate about making the city of Fresno a better place. And so ever since, she has served as our youth commissioner for District Number 4, but that is only the tip of the iceberg when it comes to some of her accomplishments. I'm embarrass her a little bit and read some of them off right now, but Anna Hunt will be a graduating senior at Duncan Polytechnical High School, Certified Nursing Assistant Program. She has served this last year as the student body president, but has served in the student body for previous years. She has been part of the Air Force JROTC throughout the past several years too, so you really know that she has that commitment to her community and to her country. She is the CEO for the nonprofit organization Valley STEM. This is really important work where they go up and down the Central Valley and educate young people in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, especially young women who may not always have the ability to have access to that kind of education, and she has really taken charge and lead on that. You know, I'm reading through her application. I feel like she could come back and replace me on the city council if she wanted, but I feel like she is destined for an honest job. And so, I know that she's gonna do incredible things. She had just recently broken a record with Fresno Unified School District with the amount of schools that she has been accepted into to receive a college education. She's been accepted to 3 Ivy League schools, including Harvard, University of Pennsylvania, Dartmouth, not to mention other prestigious schools such as Stanford, Duke, Vanderbilt, UCLA, UC Irvine, UC San Diego, Smetcamp Family Honors at Fresno State, and UC Berkeley. She broke the record with Fresno Unified School District and has received Now, if you know me, you know I'm a proud UC Berkeley graduate, and so when I'm reading about how smart this young lady is, I thought to myself, she had to have accepted at UC Berkeley, right? No. Well, unfortunately, she has accepted Stanford University full ride scholarship, so. Where I understand you'll be majoring in human biology, is that correct? Well, I just want to say, you know, this is just the beginning of your incredible path. You have achieved so much in 18 years, but this is only the beginning, and I know that there's so much in life in store for you, and I wish you the best. But hoping you could tell us a little bit about, you know, what you hope to achieve through college, and let us know if you plan on coming back to Fresno after you graduate, because we need more smart people like you here in the Central Valley. Do you want to say a few words?
Yes, of course. Thank you so much. In the future, I plan on becoming a family physician, so I definitely want to enter the medical field and do something along those lines. But yes, I do plan on coming back to the Central Valley to serve my community. Yeah.
You know, anytime we have an opportunity to recognize our youth, we take advantage of that because, you know, it's often said the youth are our future. Well, they're our present. The role models that they set for us as adults with the dedication and the commitment that they put forth in education and, you know, listening to that, all of the colleges, I can't even spell half of them. And she's been accepted into them, and so it is incredible. What an honor to be standing here next to you. I mean that as the mayor, because I know you're going to do incredible things in the future. So thank you for representing Fresno.
We want to hand this to you now, but we also have from my office just some back to school supplies to get you ready for college. We got you some supplies so you're ready to go. Can I hand that to you, Mom? Thank you. You must be so incredibly proud, and we as a city are incredibly proud of you, and we thank you for everything that you've done for our city, and we know that you're going to come back and do even more for the city of Fresno. Thank you, Anna. City Clerk, if you could please read the proclamation.
Whereas Anna Hun is a graduating senior in the Certified Nursing Assistant pathway of Duncan Polytechnical High School's class of 2023 and will be attending Stanford University in the fall to major in human biology. And whereas Anna has been involved in Duncan's associated student body throughout her time at school and currently serves as the student body president. And whereas Anna has taken on a number of leadership roles while she has been a Duncan High School student that includes positions in the Air Force Junior ROTC, the California Association of Student Leaders, and as the District 4 Youth Commissioner within the city of Fresno. And whereas, beginning as a board member in her sophomore year, Anna now serves as the CEO for the nonprofit organization Valley STEM, a high school student-led program that brings STEM lessons to underserved communities throughout the Central Valley and is now being taught at 4 elementary schools, various mobile housing units, and local libraries. And whereas As Valley STEM organizer, Anna has presented at multiple community events that include the STEM for Girls Conference and the Reedley STEM Conference to showcase the contributions and importance of expanding enrichment opportunities for girls who are interested in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. And whereas Anna's passion for learning and her dedication to giving back to the community has helped shape her high school career and will continue to serve as a meaningful foundation as Anna embarks on the next chapter of her life at Stanford University. On behalf of the City of Fresno, we wish you well on your exciting journey ahead. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer, and the Fresno City Council do hereby proclaim May 11th, 2023 in the City of Fresno as Anna Hunn Day in the City of Fresno.
This morning's next proclamation will be a proclamation for Jewish American Heritage Month, which is sponsored by the Office of the Mayor, City Manager, Council Member Bertefeld, Chavez, and Carbasi.
Well, we have a couple of our local rabbis with us today. We have Councilmember Carbasi, Councilmember Chavez, Councilmember Bertefeld, and we're all co-sponsoring this because we love our Jewish community. And we know that they are extremely valuable, a centerpiece of not only our city, but the entire United States. And I mean that. I've had an opportunity to be in Israel and spent about 10 days there. And I tell you, it was transformational, life-changing to be at the Wailing Wall, to just experience some of the history is incredible. And so we want to make sure that we do our Jewish community the just thing that is to recognize them today. And, I also take part every year in B'nai B'rith, where they recognize students from our high schools that will be going to college, 17 of them for academics, for athletics, for community involvement. Had a luncheon with them this past weekend, and the Jewish community does so much for Fresno. So we want to take this honor today, or this opportunity today to honor them, and I'll turn it over to Councilmember Bertefeld.
Yes. Well, I just want to echo what the mayor says. The Jewish community is very important. A lot of people don't know, the mayor didn't know, that I was born Jewish, grew up Jewish, went to Hebrew school, was bar mitzvahed, and some 30 years ago I also became a Christian, a very proud Christian. But I love my Jewish heritage, and I love Israel, and I would like to go to Israel. Haven't been to Israel, been to Europe many times, but I will eventually ultimately go to Israel. But very proud of my Jewish background and the Jewish people and the rich history, very proud history of the Jewish people and Israel. Council members?
Thank you very much. I also want to go to Israel. I haven't been to Israel, so maybe we could do it, right? But we're very proud. We're very proud today to be here honoring our Jewish American community. We know that has not been easy all the time, and the lesson that I take today is, the Jewish people for centuries have been persecuted, have been discriminated, and even so have been very successful and very, giving to our community, to the point where this city, I believe it was about a year and a half ago, got together and agreed to name one of our schools in South Fresno after Jewish Americans, Francine and Murray Farber. I think that spoke volumes about what our city means, and I know that this is part of what the mayor calls One Fresno. So very proud to be here standing in solidarity with our Jewish community, and then I'll let my colleagues say a few words.
Sure. Thank you. Proud to serve with Gary, and I also want to thank both the rabbis for being here today. You've been very welcoming to me as a council member, and you are a very integral part of our community. I do want to say I come from a Persian American background. We have a very proud Jewish community within our culture. Our crown prince was in Israel last month visiting with the prime minister and the president. For us, it was a very big deal because, unfortunately, in old cultures, there's all kinds of intrigue and division, but reality is we're very close. We have a deep history together. In fact, one of the ministers presented the Crown Prince with a letter from his father when he was the king to the Prime Minister of Israel at the time to broker that peace deal with Egypt. Our best days are when we work together, and I'm very proud to live in a world where we have a place where there's a safe haven for the Jewish people, but there's also one here in America and right here in Fresno. So thank you so much for being here and celebrating this with us today. We're very grateful.
We'll have both rabbis.
It's an honor, thank you, and I'm glad to be here. You know, one of my teachers said that coincidence is God's way of working subtly in the world. And when I walked in today with my brother, Pastor Kreiner, doing the invocation, and I had no idea, that to me was a beautiful example of God's way of working subtly in the world, because it was really not until I got to know and meet and work with Pastor Kreiner that I started to see some of the beauty of what we have here in Fresno unfolding. The interfaith work that we all do together is incredibly unusual. If people have not understood what goes on here between the different interfaith communities and how close we all are together, it does not happen like that almost anywhere else in the country. And I wish that other cities, great cities, could see what an amazing tapestry of interfaith beauty we have, and how much we love working together with each other, with the leadership of the city, and it's been such an honor to be a part of that. I'm just plugging into a history that is over 100 years old here in the community. Temple Beth Israel goes back over 100 years old. B'nai B'rith is the first Jewish organization in the Valley. It's even older than that, and I'm just honored to be a part of it. Thank you all.
Thank you. Rabbi?
Say that the mayor's vision of one Fresno, and I've been following the mayor for over 30 years. We know each other over 30 years. One Fresno means mankind can celebrate and live together as one. One of the greatest things that we have in the Talmud is, it says, pray for the welfare of the government. Because if you don't pray for the welfare of the government, everybody will eat each other up alive. And that's what it says. I'm quoting it. It's an ethics of our fathers. So the point is that our mayor and the council are committed to one Fresno, showing that everybody has a place in this diverse city. And hopefully our message from Fresno of unity should sound across the entire country and entire world. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Clerk, if you'd please read the proclamation.
Whereas, since their 16th century arrival in what was then colonial America, Jewish immigrants have played a central role in the United States of America's creation, growth, freedom, prosperity, and strength. And whereas the biblical and contemporary history of the Jewish people and the enduring values of the Jewish faith were vital sources of inspiration for the founding of the United States, the Civil Rights Movement, America's global leadership in the cause of freedom, Americans' commitment to social justice, and many of our country's most central tenets. And whereas, as with the nation, Jews have long been a part of Fresno's rich history, B'nai B'rith, the Jewish Service Organization, established a cemetery more than a century ago before eventually turning it over to Temple Beth Israel, which was founded around 1919. Fresno's Jewish population is today a central part of the city's civic life, serving as business owners, judges, attorneys, and other prominent positions. And whereas the Jewish community has helped to define the nation's character and values through core beliefs such as the creation of man in the image of God, the infinite value of every human life, the need for a weekly Sabbath, and the importance of education in the lives of children. And whereas the State of Israel is now celebrating the 75th anniversary of its modern founding and its emergence over the last few decades as a beacon of prosperity and a world leader in technology, agriculture, water conservation, medicine, and all manner of innovation. And whereas, for 42 years, every U.S. president has declared a period of celebrating the Jewish community's contributions to the nation's history, heritage, and culture. Since 2006, the month of May has been declared Jewish American Heritage Month, pursuant to bipartisan resolution of Congress. Now therefore be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer and members of Fresno City Council, do hereby proclaim May 2023 to be Jewish American Heritage Month in the city of Fresno.
And we will make sure we get a second one. We'll give you one each. I don't want you to have to cut this one in half. Like Solomon said about cutting the baby in half, we don't want to do that.
It won't squirm as much.
Yeah, so, all right, well, thank you guys very much. God bless you both. Thank you, Rabbi. Rabbi Rick, thank you.
Our next proclamation for the morning will be a proclamation for honoring Tourism Month, which will be sponsored by the Office of the Mayor and the City Manager. Lisa, if you and your team want to come up at this time.
Thank you. Well, we have with us from the Fresno Clovis Convention and Visitors Bureau, Lisa Oliveira. If you would step up here with me. And if any council would like to come down, please do. There's only two of us. We have plenty of room, and I know tourism is extremely important to all of our council members because it really is what drives much of our economy. And so we want to take the opportunity to recognize those that really do everything they can for Fresno and Clovis and the entire valley. Yeah. The rest of them don't care about tourism. Not true, not true. But in 2022, visitors to Fresno County spent $1.3 billion, which is a 31.4% increase over 2021. That is substantial. That means more people are coming to the valley, coming to Fresno, for whatever reasons it is, whether it's to stop off, spend the night, and go to Yosemite or one of our 3 national parks, or it is just to stay in Fresno. We are very welcoming to those. That influx of travel added approximately 15,000 jobs to the region, which obviously supports our local tax revenue, our economy. And when you look at what's occurring in Fresno, it is nothing short of miraculous. We had the fastest wage growth in California this last year. We had the second fastest recovery in terms of the pandemic than any other city in the nation. We have a 122% increase in our air travel at our Fresno Yosemite International Airport since pre-pandemic, or compared to pre-pandemic. And in terms of downtown, 121% increase in the number of folks that are coming downtown since the pandemic. So Fresno is definitely a city on the move, and much of that has to do with our Fresno Clovis Convention Visitors Bureau and Lisa. So with that, I'll give any council members an opportunity if they want to speak. Sure, Council President.
Thank you. I've gotten to know Lisa really well over the past few months since becoming council president, and I just say that in the short time I've got to know you, Lisa, I could tell how committed that you are to really increasing the number of visitors that we get here every year. We talk often about, getting more hotels here locally. I think that when each of us does our jobs better, it helps each other out, because the better we do our job, the more visitors that we get, and the more visitors that we get, the more tax revenue we have to hire more police officers, firefighters, invest into our local parks. A lot of that tax revenue comes from folks that don't live here in the city of Fresno. So we want to make this city an attractive place. We want to invest in hotels and parks and athletic stadiums. And this is the person with the knowledge and expertise who's been helping guide a lot of us to make those decisions to increase those numbers so we're better able to serve our city. And so I just wanted to say thank you for everything that you do, Lisa. I really appreciate it.
Lisa?
Thank you. There's so much to celebrate this month. So this month we're celebrating Tourism Month by encouraging the residents to get out and explore. Even though you've lived here your entire lives, I promise that there's something that you can learn. So on our Visit Fresno County app, there is a challenge that you can go out and explore the area, and then you can come by our office and get a prize. So thank you all for celebrating with us.
Thank you. Todd, if you'd read the proclamation, please.
Whereas travel and tourism is a vital industry that is an essential part of Fresno's economy. And whereas Fresno has the second strongest post-pandemic economic recovery in the nation and has been recognized among the nation's top 10 most improved cities in economic productivity growth. And whereas in 2022, visitors to Fresno County spent $1.3 billion, a 31.4% increase over 2021. The influx of travel added approximately 15,000 jobs to the region, supporting businesses and adding vital tax revenue that helps provide essential services such as public safety, economic development, parks, and public works improvements. And whereas the promotion of travel and tourism in Fresno supports small businesses by helping to generate revenue, customers, and local jobs, as well as promoting local culture. And whereas Fresno's economic recovery is supported by the return of leisure, business, and international inbound travelers, increasing travel to and within Fresno region helps create a more prosperous future. And whereas the Fresno Yosemite International Airport has realized a 122% increase compared to pre-pandemic travel and is investing in terminal expansions that will triple international flights. And whereas the travel and tourism industry's success will continue to contribute to the growth of Fresno's economy and workforce. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer, and the members of the Fresno City Council do hereby proclaim May to be National Travel and Tourism Month in the city of Fresno.
All right, our last ceremonial proclamation this morning will be for Historic Preservation Month. This is sponsored by the Office of the Mayor and City Manager and Councilmember Arias.
Come on up, guys. The ladies, gentlemen. Hey guys, come on up. Before we start today, I want to introduce a few folks that I'm on a first name basis, not because they're my best friends, but because they blow up my phone, my Facebook Messenger, everything on every single historic building, item, and issue before the city. And they are the large portion of the reason why we continue to push these significant, huge projects that represent the city's culture and history to the point of completion. And with us is Jason, Christopher, Don. Also part of the Historic Commission is another James, of course, and Elizabeth. And also joining us today is Albie Sanchez, and our friends from Hotel Fresno La Fe. Today I want to bring attention to two particular historic assets in the city of Fresno. One is Hotel Fresno, built in 1912. It's 111 years old. And after being closed down for decades, we have spent the last 4 years securing the resources, doing the renovation, and hopefully this week getting fire inspection approval to get to the point of occupancy. And now we'll be home to 87 families and fully functioning as a permanent residential facility with a great open space in the first floor. So it has been a significant body of work. We're now $40 million into the project, and 4 years it's taken us to get ready for completion. The last step, again, is to get fire inspector approval for the very important sprinklers and a few other items, and hopefully we get to occupancy in the next couple of weeks. And the second project is the famous water tower that everybody likes to light up and take photos in front of. That water tower is officially 129 years old, and we are going into, I think, almost 3 years now in completing the renovations of the water tower and repurposing the water tower from just being a vacant building that's boarded up and was victim of vandalism to an operating coffee shop that will operate early in the morning, have late evening, night functions, so that there's a constant presence in the facility and it gets repurposed, because the best way to preserve historic buildings is to utilize the buildings, and sometimes they need to be repurposed for modern use. That project hopefully will be completed this year too, with the help of the mayor and the $500,000 that we need to finish the project, right, Mayor? Yep, coming from his budget, because he's that much of a supporter. But more importantly, it takes a lot of work, and the mayor and the city manager, wink, wink, have been very supportive of this work. But every time we go into trying to preserve a historic building, we go through against every obstacle: the finance obstacle, the environmental obstacle, lead paint, asbestos, the foundational issues, and then trying to figure out what a modern use of that historical asset could be today, and getting through all the modern obstacles. You wouldn't believe, but now I know more about the radio technology that the fire department has or doesn't have, and what's required when you're in a big building. Same thing for police, every type of fire suppression system that we need. But it takes a group of dedicated folks from the community. The Preservation Commission does a really good job of adding a lot more cost to these projects by setting a higher standard when it comes to decorative fencing for the water tower, when it comes to preserving a lot of the features of Hotel Fresno, which is a row, and they're very good at it. And the city does a great job of making sure we cross every T, dot every I, to ensure the public health and safety of future occupants. And it does take a collective group. I do enjoy the tension and the complexity, because our job is to problem solve. And I do want to thank the mayor and the city manager and staff. As much of a pest as I am in these projects, it's because these guys here don't leave me alone. And they bother me every single day, remind me that we got to do better and that these assets are worth saving. So thank you all for that, and I'll turn over to Mayor for a few words.
Thank you, Councilmember. I appreciate it. We do love our history in Fresno, and we also love our historical buildings. And I'm very grateful for our Historic Preservation Committee that we have here that I have the opportunity to appoint members to. They do an incredible work, a vital role. Sometimes they're in the middle of a developer perhaps and the city council and my office, but they do an incredible job, and we want them to remain extremely neutral and to have the freedom to make the right decision. A lot of folks don't know that in Fresno we have about 300 properties that are on our local register, historical register. We have 25 that are on our national register. And so we value those, as I said earlier. And we want to do everything we can to preserve them and protect them, while at the same time being able to move our city forward. So with that, it is my honor to be able to present this with Councilmember Arias. And we'll give it to, are you chairing now? James? Who's the chair? Oh, Jason? Jason's not here. So we'll have James say a few words. James?
Well, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Arias, for taking my message and phone calls. We did also do a quick spelling for the mayor to make sure he could spell the colleges. And Duke is D-U-K-E. Got it. Okay, so next time, make sure you get that. Well, thank you, everyone, and thank you again to the council for the presentation of the Historic Preservation Month plaque. What we look at is we try to make sure that we tell everybody's story. We make sure that the stories that help build Fresno to where it is today is told through the buildings and through the histories that we uncover and when we find. Some of it for the good, some of it for the bad, but it's important to know our story to make sure that we can move forward and learn from our historical pasts. So it's critical that we also make sure that we take care of and preserve our buildings. Some of them are threatened lots of times by either demolition by neglect, threatened by a change in the a change out of making it no longer look the historic that it originally was, and just by fire itself. We've lost a number of our historical features and buildings to fire recently. So it's important that we make sure that we preserve and protect those items and that we honor that. We do have, actually this month, there'll be multiple events throughout the community that will cover these different types of locations and events. On May 20th, we'll have an actual open house where about 24 different historical properties throughout the entire city will be open for the public to come and view, come and see the architecture that's still inside, see some of the historical artifacts of those buildings. So I encourage everyone to come take a look at that, come take in a seminar, come take in the open house, come take in we do have a pub quiz that'll be next week as well. So just make sure to know where we are in history, in not only in the Valley, but in California. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Clerk, if you'd please, excuse me, please read the proclamation.
Certainly. Whereas, it is important to celebrate the role of history in our lives and the contributions made by dedicated individuals in helping to preserve and protect the heritage that has shaped us as people. And whereas, we honor the residents and business owners who understand the economic, educational, and environmental benefits of saving places in Fresno. Aside from serving as an economic engine for our communities, their work also enhances community vibrancy, fosters a sense of pride and identity among our residents, all while telling our stories. And whereas, we recognize the tireless work of the Historic Preservation Commission, the Fresno City and County Historical Society, Heritage Fresno, Vintage Fresno, Historic Fresno, Chinatown Fresno Foundation, the Big Fresno Fair, and the Downtown Fresno Partnership in researching, registering, protecting, and promoting Fresno's many historic resources. And whereas, in the city of Fresno, there are over 300 properties on the local Register of Historic Places, 25 properties listed on the National Register of Historic Places, the U.S.'s highest recognition, 25 properties listed as heritage properties, 4 registered historic districts, 230 properties that contribute to a historic district, 26 proposed historic districts, and 30 properties that participate in the city's Mills Act Economic Incentive Program. And whereas, designating May as Fresno Historic Preservation Month provides an opportunity to celebrate our rich cultural heritage and appreciate the unique historical significance of our city. Fresno Historic Preservation Month, a celebration of people saving places, serves as a reminder to honor our past in order to build a healthy future. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer, Councilmember Miguel Arias, and the Fresno City Council do hereby proclaim the month of May as Fresno Historic Preservation Month in the city of Fresno.
All right, that will bring us to council members' reports and comments. Again, we'll go in numerical order. We'll start with Councilmember Carbasi.
Thank you, Mr. President. Great presentations this morning. Not that many comments. I just want to state, I want to thank staff for attending 2 community meetings in my district last night. The first was our quarterly meeting. It was held at Bullard High School. Thank you so much to everyone being there from Public Works, Planning, Neighborhood Watch, and PD Northwest. We also had a meeting with the consultant on River West. This is the great changes we're going to make to access the San Joaquin River through Northwest Fresno from Palm to Perrin. Great meeting last night, very well attended. Also, speaking of the Conservancy, as you may know, I am the chair this year of the Conservancy, and I'm very proud that we have appointed an interim executive director. Her name is Karen Burr, and while she currently is the deputy executive director of the San Joaquin River Conservancy, she is, fortunately, Bullard grad, so she is native to the Valley, and she'll be here for about 4 months as she helps us transition to a permanent director. I would like to request that we adjourn in memory of our good friend H. Spees, Dr. H. Spees, who unfortunately passed away suddenly a short time ago, Mr. President. And I have one other announcement I want to make, but one of my colleagues has told me I can't make it. So I'm pretty sure Councilman Chavez, someone else is going to say it, so I'll just hold off. Thank you. No, he told me not to say it. Someone else will say it.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Council President. A couple of updates. This weekend I had an opportunity to see some of our residents play cricket as part of the Fresno cricket team. They play at a rural school in Central Unified in West Fresno. I know we've been in conversations for a couple of years now about the first cricket court in one of our parks. So we'll be having a formal sit down with the Parks Department on looking at a cricket court, which is very minimal cost at JSK Park and Southwest Regional Park, so we can accommodate the growing cricket fan base in Fresno, particularly in our Punjabi community. Thank you for the Department of Public Works, Public Utilities, City Manager, and everybody who dealt with the huge sewer breakage this weekend. I think whenever an emergency occurs of that nature, the first question for all of us is how do we treat our residents and those that need our help? And we certainly passed the test this weekend. We not only stayed there overnight and tried to deal with the emergency, but also ensured that the families were relocated and that their public health was, addressed. So I do appreciate you working over the night to make sure that we address them in the most decent, way possible, given the emergency. On Monday, we had our blood pressures checked. I think I passed the test. The mayor probably did not. So we almost took him to the emergency room because his blood pressure is way too high. And I'm not the only source of his blood pressure. I think it's more the developers in town. But in all seriousness, this is just a request to the city staff to stop giving him so many energy drinks. I think that doesn't help. You all need to monitor him. His first blood pressure was at 240. His second one was at 191. That is not good for a mayor of his age. And as much as disagreements I have with the mayor, I don't want to see Mayor Maxwell this year. So let's get that going. Hey, Mayor. We're just having a medical consultation about your health.
Just having a little HIPAA violation.
Yes.
Right here.
The blood pressure. But in all seriousness, it was good to see our medical school providing medical services to the unhoused and the homeless that have no other option in our community. And they do have a schedule where they'll be at Poveralo, Radio Park, Salvation Army, City Hall, and Fulton Mall in coordination with the public restrooms and the showers that we've made available to our homeless. They will also be providing and receiving healthcare services. So those, like the mayor, that have high blood pressure can get it addressed sooner than later. Speaking of downtown, City Manager, I do appreciate the fact that you guys got that fountain with the huge art sculpture working. I think that's had been non-operational for a few years. But I did notice that all the paint on the sculpture is peeling. So I don't know if we have plans to do a fresh coat of paint. If not, we have Council President Maxwell, who's volunteered to get on the ladder and help with the roll of paint. This week also, we opened up the Butterfly Garden at the Fresno Chavisu on June 3rd. If they get all their permits and pass all inspections, the Kingdom of Asia exhibit, it's a new $40 million exhibit at the Fresno Chavisu, will open on June 3rd. I do want to caution the general public with whenever we open a new exhibit at the zoo, we get a lot of traffic and it has a potential of backing up into a freeway. So I would ask, if you're going to go there, take the bus if it's available. Pack the car with as many people as possible because parking will be limited when there's such a huge exhibit. And I do appreciate staff working with the zoo to make sure that their inspections get cleared and that people are safe in that new exhibit. And with that, also, City Manager, can we do some follow-up on the Fresno Roding Park EV stations? They've been non-operational for going on a year now. And as we do the new exhibit on June 3rd, I'd like to see that park looking its best as we get new guests from across the county going there. With that, I'll leave it to you, Council President.
Thank you, Council Member. Council Member Chavez.
Thank you, Council President. After I think we all just became witnesses to about 4 HIPAA violations on the mayor's health, but I love Councilmember Arias celebrating his post-gastric bypass surgery successes. That's actually always a good thing. I just want to say a special thank you to our team for having that community meeting out there in Southeast Fresno. I couldn't make it, and I'll do one HIPAA violation on myself. I was actually having a root canal done. Those are always fun, but not as fun as being here on the council 2 days after that. Big thank you, City Manager, to the consultant and the team for gathering, and then our OCA folks did a really good job of turning out folks for the meeting. We got a lot of great input. I know we're going to take that and incorporate that into the plan for the regional park out there, but just wanted to express that gratitude, and then wanted to also join my colleague in so we could adjourn today's meeting in honor of HPs and also include longtime Fresno Unified trustee Mando Nunez that passed away last week. As many of you know, that's Pete Nunes, our Teamsters brother's father, but he's also a pioneer. And I want to express my condolences publicly to the H. Bease's family. He was always a great public servant, had a lot of great, shall we say, animated debates out here. And I want to share this quick story about H. I think after that exchange, we were walking out, and I said, H, I think you're wrong on this. And he looked at me and he said, you know, Luis, there are times when two people can be right, and two people can be wrong. He said, and there's some times when people think they're right and when people think they're wrong, and it's vice versa. And I was like, is that your way of telling me I was wrong? But he had this way of explaining things, and I think that's something that I always appreciated him, and it was always hard to debate with him because I think everything that he did it from the heart, and he did it to serve people. And that's something that's oftentimes a little bit foreign in this building. But anyway, I just wanted to express my condolences to his family, his wife, Corey, Jeff, the kids, and everybody on that. So, Councilmember Carbasi, you mentioned that, but I just wanted to second that as well. Thank you, Council President.
Councilmember Bertefeld. Councilmember Esparza.
Sure, thank you, Council President. About a week and a half ago or so, my office partnered with Valley Can to host a Save Money workshop over with our partners at the Fresno Center in Southeast Fresno. There we were able to help 17 families learn more about utility discount rates, utility debt relief, and electric vehicle rebates. And I even got to test drive a little Chevy, what's that car you used to drive, Miguel? The Volt or the Bolts? Yeah, so we did, had those on displays. There might be some videos, some fun videos online of that. So look forward to doing more of those types of workshops throughout the district. I want to thank our code enforcement division for a successful tire amnesty event. They collected over, I think, 1,000 tires in terms of wasted tires. So great work there. As I've noted before, we're hosting the first ever Play Streets event in District 7 this Saturday. It's going to be on Huntington Boulevard between 1st and 3rd Street. It'll be closed off. It's a family fun event for folks of all ages. I want to thank Parks for their partnership, the many community organizations, including Centro de la Familia, Every Neighborhood Partnership, the Jackson, CDC, and many more for taking part and helping to make this event possible for kids in the neighborhood. I'll be out there. I'm not sure what I'll be playing, but I'll be out there doing something active. Be my exercise for the week. Lastly, I do want to share that Every Neighborhood Partnership is hosting a Fresno Land Use Boot Camp to empower local residents and builders. So if you're interested in learning more, if you're listening to this or know someone, please reach out either to Every Neighborhood Partnership directly or to my office for more information. That'll be it, Council President.
Thank you. Council Vice President Perea.
Okay, so in just keeping with the theme of medical procedures, I just had a tonsillectomy, and so I'm going to keep my remarks short because it's a little painful and just focus on a couple things that I have coming up in the near future, which one being this weekend. I'm going to be partnering with the Fresno Animal Center. We're going to be doing an open house, and hopefully this rounds up our ability to sponsor 100 adoptions. And so if you are looking to adopt a pet, please come out this weekend, and my office will be happy to sponsor all of your donation fees. Secondly, the second annual Pleasant Street Block Party is May 20th. That's going to be at 2530 West Fountain Way from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. There's going to be free food, resources, prizes, and a food box giveaway provided by Central California Food Bank. Those boxes will be on a first-come, first-served basis, so please come out for an incredible family-friendly fun time over at the Pleasant Street Block Party. And then thirdly, my next town hall is going to be this next Monday at the Big Red Church. This is going to be focused on the historical Fresno High community neighborhood, and so I'm looking forward to providing an update on all the great things we have going on in the Fresno High area. And lastly, just want to wish a happy Mother's Day to all of the moms out there, stepmoms, and for all those who fill the role of a mom. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vice President. Just a couple of updates on my end. If you live by Fashion Fair on Santa Ana between First and Millbrook, we're going to be going through and doing a concrete replacement in your neighborhood, making some corrections. This summer, we're going to be doing some new asphalt and repaving those streets. So if you see construction in your neighborhood, just know that we're making some improvements over the next couple of months. Last week was Teachers Appreciation Week. This was actually my first year that I was able to participate in this, but we were able to go out to 2 schools in my district and honor some really amazing teachers, Mr. Orehel at Holland Elementary and Mrs. Maddox at Del Mar Elementary. These were folks that were nominated by their fellow peers and teachers at each respective school that have been doing tremendous work. Each of them teaches very much in need communities and populations. Mr. Orehel teaches students struggling with autism, and Mrs. Maddox is actually piloting a new program in Fresno Unified where they integrate general education and special education children together in the same classroom to give them a more comforting environment. And so we went out, we hosted pizza parties just to let them know that we really do appreciate the good teachers that we have here in the city of Fresno. Thirdly, if you haven't heard, I am doing a campaign to collect 1,000 books. We gave ourselves 30 days. We have about 2 weeks left. We're putting a free neighborhood little library in every neighborhood in my district so that no child has to walk more than 5 minutes to access free books year-round, regardless of what neighborhood they live in. But we need books to put inside the free libraries. And so we got about 2 more weeks to collect 1,000 books. We're about halfway there. If you or anybody has some new or gently used books that you'd like to donate for a child of any age, we have several donation sites across the district. We have one downstairs in the lobby as you walk in. So if anybody feels so compelled, again, we got 2 weeks and about 500 more books to collect. If you could donate just 1 book, it would really go a long way. Fourth is just for the city manager's edification. I've had a couple of folks reach out from the airport, probably for no other reason than I just represent the airport as part of my district. Some of these folks have been airport employees or contracted through TSA. I suppose that there had been some ADA parking close to the building, and recently that had been pushed back quite a ways. And so now the folks that have a disability placard are having to walk quite a ways to get to the airport terminal, and it's been a hardship on some of them. And so can we take a closer look into that sometime soon, please? I'm not sure how many folks qualify or have that placard, but I know if you have reached out saying that they're struggling to get to the building in the mornings. And lastly, happy 55th birthday to Councilmember Chavez. You don't look a day over 50. I don't know what your skincare regimen is, but you look good, brother. Happy birthday. Hand it over to Mayor Dyer for any reports and or comments.
Can you provide us an update on your blood pressure?
I will. Yeah, Councilmember Arias is right. My blood pressure was up the other day considerably. I think it was first one was at 220, the second was at 190. So
191 to be exact.
Yeah. So, but the doctor said I had a MA virus that he's working on antidote, the Miguel Arias virus. So it is. It's hard to get rid of. Just keeps on coming. On a serious note, I do want to echo what Councilmember Chavez said about our dear friend H. Spees. He was a dear friend of mine for about 35 years, and he did so much for Fresno. Not just the time when he was an employee here at the city and the work he did with the homeless, but also his time as a pastor, his time as a CEO for One by One Leadership. And he is someone that will be difficult to replace in our city. He was definitely a pillar. And I know that Terry, his wife, and his children are hurting deeply. So just appreciate you closing the day out in honor of H. Spees. He will be missed. Also had the opportunity Friday night to go to the Wawona Packing's 60th anniversary. It was well attended, even though it's just a little bit in Clovis. They do provide a lot of jobs, thousands of jobs, and many of those come to our people in Fresno. And I can't remember if it was mentioned earlier, I'm getting a little older, but for those Councilmember Carbasi and Chavez that participated in the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee's ride yesterday, bicycle ride, it was a great opportunity to be able to get together with about 100 bikers in downtown Fresno. And then Saturday, I'll be presenting the Hmong American Proclamation to them at an event this Saturday at 5 to 7, and then followed up by a Kiwanis crab feed. So that will be a good night Saturday. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mayor Dyer. City Manager White?
Yes, thank you. A couple things I wanted to note. You will recall at your last meeting, you approved for the issuance of the bonds for the airport expansion. We just closed the sale of over $91 million worth of bonds, and I think the thing that we should be most proud of is that the bonds were oversubscribed by 5.8 times, meaning we had $600 million worth of orders for bonds that we only needed a little over 91 million for. So that is a testament to all of the hard work of the team, and frankly, all of the elected officials for being able to maintain the airport in a really great financial position. But another shout out to Henry Thompson, Santino Denisi, Ruthie Quinto, Phil Hardcastle, and a number of other staff for all their work on this. So amazing job to the team. Also, happy birthday, Luis. Welcome to the club. Yeah, 29 again. And then just to follow up on what Councilmember Arias said about the sewer line break, we did have a pretty significant collapse in his district in the McKinley and Weber area. And I don't want to get into the finger pointing of who caused it and who didn't cause it. What I really want to focus on is, to his point, is the response, which was amazing, and really, really a total team effort. We were notified in the evening of Friday, and between High Speed Rail, Tudor Perini, or TPZP, Valverde Construction, the city crews worked from Friday night all the way through Monday night, pretty much 24 hours a day. And so I do want to give a shout out to a few people by name, because I just think they did a remarkable job. That's Brock Buki, our DPU director, Alt Alvarez and Tolbert Campbell. Those are the sewer maintenance managers that were on site. Art, I met him out there, I think it was about 10 p.m. at night, and we basically had to force him to go home the next afternoon to get some rest before he came back out. Amazing job. And all of the sewer maintenance staff. We had every single vac truck in our inventory, and those teams were literally working 24 hours a day to minimize the impact to the homes and the residents. And so shout out to all of the sewer maintenance workers. They did an incredible job. They showed up on, Cinco de Mayo in different, as soon as they were called, they were out there 9 p.m., 10 p.m., 11 p.m., midnight, 1 a.m., 2 a.m. So, and all night. So thank you to them. TPZP, Valverde, High Speed Rail, once again, just everybody in the team put their heads together. Fresno Irrigation District was a huge part of the solution of being able to install a bypass by letting us use one of their pipes. Flood Control District, City of Clovis loaned us one of their vacuum trucks. Fleet Management was out there on site with a fuel tank fueling the vacuum trucks that were operating 24 hours a day. The UP Railroad stepped up to allow us, the collapse happened adjacent to one of their tracks, and that had to be shut down. But to get the railroad to approve the solution, literally 2 inches from their line to get the solution and get that line back online was remarkable. Heidi Briggs in our risk management division, helping to get the families relocated that night. I could go on and on, but really, I wish you guys could have been there to see the teamwork the seamless work of when there's a problem. That's the best that our city has to offer. Of it doesn't matter who you work for, just like, let's get the solution and let's get this thing fixed and keep moving along. So super proud moment as a city manager to observe all that and to see everybody working together. Really super proud of our team specifically, that just no complaints, just got it done. So kudos to everyone involved. I'm sure I've forgotten other people. I just have been taking notes, but thank you to everyone. And that is it for my comments. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you very much, City Manager. We're going to go take public comment now on all consent, including contested consent, unscheduled communication, and closed session. But before we do, we actually have a couple of scheduled appearances this morning, and we're going to take those first, starting with a 10:05 appearance by Derek Cahill to discuss potholes. Morning, Derek.
Ladies and gentlemen of the City Council, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to address you today. As the General Manager of a petroleum logistics company, I am here to raise an urgent concern that has been negatively affecting our business and the local community at large. The roads in close proximity to our facility, specifically East Malaga, South Maple, and South Chestnut, have been plagued by deep and wide potholes, which have become a significant financial burden for our company. Due to the frequent tire damage caused by these potholes, we have been forced to allocate a large portion of our budget to tire repair instead of where it belongs, which is money that creates more jobs for our community at large. Not only do these potholes present financial consequences, but they also present a serious safety issue to our drivers. The unforeseen tire damage that caused by these potholes can lead to unexpected tire failures mid-shift, which could result in accidents and potentially harm our drivers. This actually has happened to a few of our trucks due to unforeseen tire damage that we did not see. It's not very clear. The driver didn't catch it during a pre-trip, and something just has to be done. In addition, the environmental impact of the tire waste is undeniable. The constant need to replace damaged tires results in tires adding up and deteriorating in landfills, contributing to our environmental degradation. The solution to this ongoing issue is quite simple. Instead of spending resources on temporary patches that have proven to not last, we must invest in long-term solutions. This includes recapping entire sections of the most heavily trafficked areas, or, in more extreme cases, replacing these road segments entirely. By addressing this problem head-on, we can create a safer environment for our drivers, reduce the financial burden on our company, and minimize the environmental impact of unnecessary tire waste. I urge the City Council to take these concerns seriously and work towards a sustainable solution for our company and the community at large. Thank you for your attention, and I look forward to your support in addressing the critical issue. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask.
Thank you, Derek.
Thank you.
Next will be a 10:08 appearance by Mary Padilla to discuss who we are representing. Mary, are you in the audience? Going once, twice. We'll move on to a 10:11 appearance by Shirley Jackson to discuss homelessness. Shirley, are you in the chambers? Going once, going twice. Move on to 10:14 appearance by Jorge Zavala to discuss interference and damages with DBE contract. I'm here. Okay. Good morning, Mr. Zavala. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, sir. Thank you for. So again, my name is George Zavala. Been in business for 12 years as a disadvantaged business owner. This is a serious note for free equal opportunity to contract, to expand, to serve the people. I'm just trying to add some auto parts codes to my already known 9 aircraft maintenance, my product manufacturing. There's all these codes that are associated and affiliated with each other. They're all relevant. However, I spoke with District 4 from Laura to see if I can get some help facilitating with purchasing. I spoke with Brian and Melissa last week. We have contradicting, to make a long story short, Alessi Smith is my DB coordinator. He doesn't know what to do, how to handle things. He goes to Caltrans. He talked to somebody way up on top. I don't know who it is, and I want to know who this point of contact. They're delegating that I can't have auto parts associated because I don't have inventory. However, on the statement that it was received saying that when you went to my website that it was primary auto detailing, and I have hundreds and hundreds of auto parts affiliated with Parts Authority and all of the big major industries out there. So they're both contradictory. They're both infringe on each other. They both have no substance or bearing. They're both interfering with my ability to contract. We're just adding a couple codes. It's not a big deal, just like my federal registration and my SB certification with the state. And so I'm in the business and I have this, all its accomplishments, this good past performance, and the interference and the barriers that Alessi Smith is giving me is causing a lot of strain. It's not going to give me the chance to be able to contract. I can't grow and develop. And because of what? What's the answer? Because he doesn't know his job, he doesn't know what he's doing and how to facilitate. This is exactly what is not supposed to be happening. So I'm asking, I need to get the answer straight. I've already had some letters sent in to District 4 and to Brian stating from my attorneys what the laws are, what my rights are, what the obligation to the city is, and how it can easily be brought together without any further litigation or anything like that.
You have 10 seconds left, Mr. Zavala.
But I want to thank you guys for listening to me. Again, this is George Zavala, owner of Showroom Dr. Z. And again, Laura from District 4 has this information. So thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, sir. We'll now move on to unscheduled. We have some folks here in the chamber with us that wish to speak. First in the chamber is Raymond Juarez. Good morning, Raymond. Good morning. All right. You have 3 minutes.
Sweet. Morning again. A little nervous, first time here. Again, my name is Raymond Juarez, aka Righteous Ray, 36 years old, born and raised right here in Fresno, California. To begin with, I want to thank God for giving me the opportunity to speak this morning. Definitely considered an honor and a privilege to be here. I pray right now that God use me in a mighty way, less of me and more of Him. To begin with, furthermore, I want to give special thanks to all our city officials. Thank you guys for everything that you guys do to keep Fresno in the best shape possible, especially our mayor, Mayor Dyer. Appreciate you, sir. I've been eager to join these meetings because I've noticed some of the topics others have brought to the table have no true importance. Fresno doesn't need another Walmart. Fresno does not need another church. Fresno does not need new on-ramps or off-ramps. Fresno does not need a street named after Cesar Chavez. A couple of blocks away, we gave him a whole school. Fresno needs 3 R's: reset, readjust, refocus. Reset. When people, places, or things don't feel the same, not quite working the same, you need to reset those things back in order. Put the right people in the right positions. Make sure that our foundation is strong. Fresno needs to be a highly tuned oiled machine where everyone is on the same page, creating the same flow. Nothing missing, nothing broken. Readjust. Fresno needs to readjust because far too long We've been trying to be like LA, we've been trying to be like the Bay, and we're not. We are Fresno, home of hardworking people who know how to survive and make it. And whether you believe it or not, the people who love this city and take pride in calling Fresno home. We need to create a Fresno state of mind that will allow us to continue to be a Fresno state of mind that will allow us to continue to be unique and stand out from any other city in California. I'll try to hear it because I hear the buzzer there. Last R is refocus. Fresno needs to refocus on what is truly important to our city. Fresno needs to refocus when it comes to having more cops in front of our schools than in front of Walmart. Fresno needs to refocus on putting more money into our schools, neighborhood, and downtown, not to the high-speed rail, and definitely not into Motel Drive or the 99. I understand that we want travelers to see Fresno as a beautiful city, but like the saying goes, true beauty is in the inside, in our city. Let us focus on making our city beautiful from the inside and out, not just wasting our money on a facade, if you will. Finally, Fresno needs to refocus its attention on when it comes to Measure C, our streets are still in bad shape and the traffic's still a mess, especially up and down West Shaw Avenue.
You have 10 seconds, Ray.
Between Polk and Brawley, not to mention the cluster on westbound 180 connecting to northbound 99. Both are a complete cluster no matter the time of day, and I think that with the changes it would be safer for drivers and less stressful.
Thank you, sir. That'll conclude the time for this morning. Thank you. Next in the chambers is Rex Heim. Rex? Good morning, Rex.
Good morning, council members, and I want to say happy birthday, Councilman Chavez. My brother's birthday is today as well, so you picked a good one. My name is Rex Heim. I am the Regional Relationship Manager for WECA, Western Electrical Contractors Association. We provide innovative training and education programs and critical business service to surpass the needs of our members and students. WECA offers both apprenticeship and electrician trainee programs. Both are equal education paths to becoming a journey-level electrician and offer flexibility for both the students and the employing contractor. Our apprenticeship program is approved by the California Division of Apprenticeship Standards and the Federal Department of Labor Office of Apprenticeship. Our contractor members sponsor the apprenticeship for their employees, so it is a earn while you learn setup. WECA has about 300 contractor members and 900 apprentices statewide. We are the only statewide apprenticeship program that has locations in Sacramento, Riverside, San Diego, and here in Northwest Fresno. Unfortunately, due to the City of Fresno's project labor agreement being reviewed today, any job over $1 million strongly discourages our contractor members from bidding on them and discriminating against our apprentices explicitly. Not only do PLAs discriminate against local workers, but they cost the taxpayers and people of Fresno more money. PLAs require things like core workforce agreements, the job benefits don't follow the employees if they're non-union, and non-union apprentices, like I mentioned, are explicitly discriminated against in these agreements. I want to make this very clear. We're not anti-union, we're just pro-open competition. WECA doesn't take issue with competition on bids, but we take issue with government entities tipping the scale and discriminating against local living workers who want to do jobs for the city of Fresno. The lower number of bids on city projects, which is due to all those things that I just mentioned, raise the cost for a lack of fair and open competition. It also sometimes delays projects, like with the Muir Elementary Safe Routes to School project that is now being delayed even further because the PLA was omitted from that bid. Lastly, regarding to the annual report today specifically, the Fresno journey level hours on these PLA projects are far below the minimum 50% that is a part of this agreement, sinking to 18% compared to non-PLA projects. The non-PLA projects are more than double Fresno journey level hours by percentage on those projects. Maybe if we're having so much trouble putting the people of Fresno to work on City of Fresno projects, we should seriously consider raising the threshold from $1 million to $20 million so we can put the local people of Fresno to work. Thank you very much.
Next in the chambers, I have Abram Bauman. Thanks.
Good morning. My name is Abram Bowman. I'm the Central Valley Area Manager for Exmoor. We're an electrical contractor company here in Fresno. The company was founded in 1922 up in Sacramento, and for the last 34 years has been cemented right here in Fresno with our branch office. We are one of the few companies that can stand here and say we've been on both sides of the aisle. In 1981, we split from the union and became an open merit shop, which continues today. That's 34 years Fresno electricians have chosen to work for us and stay with us because of the value we offer employees and our commitment to them. We can currently supporting 10 apprentices through the WICA Apprentice Training Program, which is one of the top apprentice training programs in the country. And we have many, many more that have graduated through the program. I'm not here to say I'm not union, right? Coming from a part of a union myself, I think giving employees the power to choose is important. However, I'm here to promote competition for work, whether it's union or open merit shop like ourselves. Allowing our highly skilled and trained apprentices the same opportunity to live and work local, irregardless of whether we identify as union or not. The argument I hear is that PLAs don't discriminate against us or apprentices, but in truth they do. We have been excluded from being able to bid these opportunities. In many ways, PLAs tie our arm behind our backs and not creating a fair atmosphere for bidding, creating an unfair advantage for union shops. Let me ask you a question. Why not allow for fair bid market for us to compete? We are paying the same prevailing wage for employees. We have the same or better skilled and trained workforce, and we're offering competitive benefits. By stifling competition for qualified companies like Rexmore, studies have shown PLAs only increase project costs for taxpayers. I'm asking you to please consider the cost PLAs are having and the benefit of having qualified companies like Rexmore compete. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next in the chambers, we have Mariah Thompson.
Good morning, Council, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Mariah Thompson. I am an attorney with California Rural Legal Assistance. I'm here today on behalf of two of my clients, a group of homeowners called Hacienda Homeowners for Justice and Trails End United for Change, both community groups of Hacienda Mobile Home Parks, formerly Trails End Mobile Home Parks. I'm here today to talk to you about the park closure that was announced on April 14th, and unfortunately the lack of the city complying with its obligations to ensure that the mobile home park operators are following the law that is necessary when a park is closing. The city does have a mandatory requirement to ensure that the park operators submit a tenant impact report and give notice of that tenant impact report and a copy of it to the residents the same day they announce the trails or the closure of the park. They failed to do that. They're also obligated to file that with the city. The city is then obligated to review it and evaluate the impact the closure might have on affordable housing in the community, as well as mitigation measures that are necessary to protect the homeowners that are going to be displaced. Those homeowners have a right to request a hearing in front of the city to discuss the impacts that it will have on them for their park to be closed. And then the city is obligated to approve that report before the park can be closed or it can be converted to another use. Unfortunately, the Harmony has not done any of these things, and the city has not mandated them. We did submit a letter to the city attorney on Monday providing a detailed explanation of the city's mandatory duties. Unfortunately, the city attorney was recently quoted in the media stating that there was no active role for the city in this process at this time, which is just completely incorrect, honestly, and contrary to many years of case law as well as clear statutory requirements. So in short, we hope that the city will come into compliance with its mandatory duties and afford the tenants the rights that they have protected by law. And we hope to have a cooperative approach in the city coming into compliance with these. If there are any other questions, we're always happy to talk. Thank you.
Thank you, Mariah. Next in the chambers, we have David.
my walk up here wasn't part of the 3 minutes. Okay, I'm a little old here. I'm David Willis. And no, I'm not Bruce's cousin. I'm David Willis, okay? And I live at 104 East Sierra, now called La Hacienda Mobile Estates. Oh, man. It used to be called Trails End Mobile Park. And my neighbors, they live in fear. They never know what's going to happen. What kind of atrocity is coming? I got Eliodoro across the way from me, old guy. No, Spanish guy, low income. And my girlfriend, she's elderly, works on a regular salary. And I don't want to go on, but the situation down at 104 East Sierra is grim. Since the city of Fresno approved the sale to Harmony under false pretenses of keeping the park open, and now the truth is to not keep the park open, which creates homelessness, which our beloved mayor opposes. Am I right there? Can I address you guys personally? Can you respond back? Okay. Does this constitute, this misleading, Andrew Jan's city attorney, does this constitute fraud sufficient
Your
to
comments
void
do
the
have
sale?
to be directed towards the city council, however.
Oh, I have to counsel to you? Oh, not specific members. Thank you. I wasn't sure about that. I'll be here next meeting, and I'll get better each time. Okay. Can the city then sell to Caritas, which is a 501c3 nonprofit? Wow, that'd be nice. Okay, anyway. Do you all own your own homes? Probably do, right? You own your own homes? Can you imagine living in fear of losing your home every day, never knowing what new assault awaits you? I mean, can you imagine that? I mean, my dear friend Sharon Smith, Space 32, 30 years a resident there, disabled, living on about $1,200 a month. Moving would be an extreme hardship for her. And where can she go? Trailer parks are almost synonymous with retirement communities due to economic reasons. I mean, it's horrible here, folks. Buy it back. Really, buy the place back. Turn it back into a trailer park. What do you think, Gary? I mean, really. Living in fear of the oppressor Harmony? No. Let Caritas take over. And by the way, thank you for your time. I'll see you next time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next in the chambers, we have Kim.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for your time. Before I even start, I was involved. I live in Trails End Mobile Home. Also came from Rhode Island. I was homeless, so my uncle had a trailer, and he gave it
Ma'am,
to me when I got
I'm
here.
going to interrupt you real quick. If you just pull the microphone a little bit closer
Down?
to you. Thank you very
Okay.
much.
Yeah, so I came from Rhode Island. I was homeless, and I don't want to be homeless again. I told you that last time I was here. Well, I went through those two fires that were in the park. I'm 26. My neighbor's in 25. Both of us are still standing. 2 on one side, 3 on the other. And then after that, Harmony came in, and they said they were going to help us out. They didn't help us. They led us in the wrong direction. They lied to us. They took everybody's washers and dryers and pray you get it back. You got it back like months later because you had to build a manger in your carport, and that went null and void. Some people got them back, some people didn't. They chose not to, and some people left. In the beginning, the Spanish left. The people didn't understand what was going on, and they didn't want to deal with it. I don't blame them. Maybe some of them are homeless right now. Who knows? But now there's like less than 20 of us in there, and what's going on? We don't know to this day what goes on until we get something posted on our door, delivered to us, or mailed to us. Harmony was not here to help us from the beginning. They lied. When they said they wanted to make this trailer park a place where we can live and be happy and call our home, no, Matt Davies said that, and he was the biggest liar. The biggest fire hazard in that park, us still standing, were the 2 trees that I lived under for 5 years. I've been there. And it took them to go through the whole park, pass us by a dozen times before they finally cut both those trees down. And that was the biggest fire hazard in that park, and it still could have been. It still could have happened. I mean, fires happen everywhere, the creek fire and all that. People there had time to rebuild and do what they needed to do on the same property if they wanted to, comparable to, and that was a bill, I think 303 or 305, something like that. And we didn't get that chance to rebuild and stay and call it home. But I'd like for you guys to think about it. And, hey, yeah, if you were to lose your home today, what would you be doing? I don't know. I had a stroke, and then I had foot surgery last Friday. So, yeah, I'm not stressed out.
Next in the chambers is Patricia.
Good morning. I'm Patricia. I live at 104 East Sierra, Space 48. And yes, it's from Trails End Mobile Home Park. I'm here to say that harmony causes homelessness. We cannot afford to be homeless these days, anybody. Everybody deserves a home. We deserve a home. We deserve to be safe and feel safe in our homes. As David said, we don't feel safe. We are in a panic, wondering what's going to happen. Yesterday, they boarded up one of my neighbor's trailers. They weren't prepared for it. They were told what to do, but they didn't do it. Still, they were locked out. All their belongings are inside. Now we have, I don't know how many are boarded up, empty spaces. He's emptying out the park. He's evicting me over broken windows that I've already fixed. And it's just bad business. Harmony is just bad business all the way around. And they're causing us to do things that we would normally not do and feel things that we shouldn't have to be feeling. I like to go home and feel safe and watch TV, just like all of you do. Home is sacred. It feels good to be home, and that's where I want to be, is I want to be home. In my mobile home, Space 48, 104 East Sierra. Thank you. My name is Patricia Shawn.
Next in the chambers, we have Leticia.
Okay, I was having issues last time. I think it's fine this time. So, good morning. My name is Leticia. I'm with California Rural Legal Assistance. I am a law graduate. Today and in the past couple of weeks, people have come to you and asked you for help on how to resolve this issue with Harmony in the mobile home park. One of the solutions would be purchasing the park or helping someone else purchase the park. We have found funds through HCD, and it's called MORE. So it stands for Manufactured Housing Opportunity and Revitalization Program. So there's 65 million funds, and it's first come, first serve. This is the first of its kind. The application opens January 30th. And so it's super important because if HCD thinks that it's a reasonable project, it will pay up to 95% of that project. And sorry, just trying to give you as much information as I can. And then one of the prerequisites would be to reach out to HCD first and start telling them about your project. This would be extremely important because, as people have told you, these evictions can lead to houselessness. And it is my understanding that that is a high priority for you all. So we urge you to act on this and start that project. Thank you.
Next in the chambers, we have Erica Cabrera.
Good morning, Council President Maxwell and members of the Fresno City Council. I'm here this morning to speak on item 1V that was pulled from the consent calendar, and on behalf of the 2,200 employees at PG&E. We are proud to be the energy provider for the city of Fresno. While we recognize that we are not perfect, we are working hard to be the electric and gas utility company that you expect us to be. A few months ago, we did discuss new business connections.
and glad to report back that with partnership and collaboration with a number of city council members, that we had substantial progress in meeting customer needs for connection timelines. We've recently discussed with several of you our pending rate proposal that would significantly reduce rates to most Central Valley customers, and we're looking forward to feedback and guidance on how we shape the final proposal. Today, you're considering a study to evaluate electric options. We are concerned that the city may agree to an expensive study to explore options, including municipalization, that aren't viable and would create additional risk. We can cite a number of examples where consultants who are paid to study alternatives to the regulated utility model routinely provide estimate and financial figures that dramatically undervalue the system, leaving cities that head down a path towards acquisition to deal with costs that are in the millions, sometimes billions, more than what was initially projected. For instance, a consultant paid by the City of San Diego stated that it would cost between $1.6 to $2.2 billion to acquire the distribution grid within city limits, but a second study released jointly by the local chamber and organized labor pegged the acquisition cost at $8.9 billion. Similar studies have taken place in Florida as well. PG&E's assets are not for sale, and we are not interested in negotiating a sale. Municipalization, city takeover of an existing utility is a lengthy and contentious process. Cities that have gone down that path of municipalization often commit substantial financial resource and efforts before even getting to the point of acquisition. Just a few counties north, San Joaquin County, the irrigation district estimates that they have spent $28 million since 2008, and earlier this year, San Joaquin County Superior Court stayed the district's condemnation efforts, placing a nearly 2-decade-long acquisition effort on hold. We urge you not to go down this path. We want to continue to partner with you as we work to find a more affordable options for Fresno residents. We know that energy affordability is critical to the economy's prosperity, and in the next few years, we have the goal of keeping our rates in line with normal inflation, only 2 to 4% growth. We are committed to providing safe, clean, reliable, and affordable energy to our customers in Fresno. While we understand the frustration some of you are feeling, exploring a public takeover will not benefit the customers of Fresno. Thank you.
Council President, I have a question. Will Ms. Cabrera be here when we discuss this item?
Will you be here in the PM?
Yes.
Okay.
Great,
Yes.
thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Erica. Next in the chambers, we have Joe Martinez. Morning, Joe.
Good morning, Council President Maxwell and Vice President Perea and the entire City Council. My name is Joe Martinez. Today I'm representing a group of concerned residents. We are the Save Our Sanctuary, known as SOS. I'm here today on behalf of our group because we are definitely concerned about the runaway homeless unaccompanied youth minors, 11 to 18, who no longer have a safe place to go to as a result of the city's only youth shelter closing back in November 2022. I want to thank you for your support in housing the unsheltered and ending homelessness in the city of Fresno. Really, really appreciate it. As I look over to my left, I see some great organizations here today, including Poverello House with Zach and Sarah, and want to let you guys know. Love you guys. Keep up the great work. However, as a recognized housing and homeless service expert, in particular with our homeless youth, I have 28 years of experience working in federal homeless and runaway youth programs, including shelter, street outreach, drop-in centers, LGBT center, and Safe Place. I am very concerned, along with our group, by what appears to be the lack of urgency by the City Council to seriously address the urgent need to house our homeless youth ages 11 to 18 years of old since the closure of the youth shelter, as I stated, in November of 2022. Because of the lack to take immediate action to address this citywide issue, and it is an issue, we're talking about 3,000 homeless youth. According to the police department, every year, it's estimated that 3,000 homeless young people ages 11 to 18 are reported as missing or as runaways. This continues, and as you know, this continues to be a problem since there is no emergency shelter, which oftentimes law enforcement is dependent on this important resource. In fact, 80% of all Fresno's kids entered the youth shelter. This is This is not okay, especially when the opportunities are available to our city to apply for current federal funding through partnerships with the Continuum of Care and other housing providers. In fact, HUD just announced $60 million available to serve runaway and homeless youth, 24 and younger, 60 million. Minimum 600,000 is eligible for a city of Fresno, and 2.5 million is the cap. You can do a lot with that type of funding. In fact, you can serve homeless runaway kids with that amount of money. In the meantime, today the city of Fresno is voting to fund $6 million for homeless adult shelters with no funding for our homeless youth who are unaccompanied 11 to 18. I will continue to advocate for a new replacement for the closure of the city's only youth shelter and offer once again my hand and the hand of other advocates to assist the city in looking to receive funding and provide a safe place for Fresno's most vulnerable, at-risk youth population. Thank you.
Thank you. Next in the chambers, we have Antonio Lopez. Good morning.
Hello, Council. This is a just really quick comment on item 1Z, which was the approval of the purchase for the hydrogen fuel cell buses. I'm just a resident of the city of Fresno. I've lived here my whole life, and I just had a couple of concerns on the purchase of these buses. Number one being potential logistical errors that could arise when dealing with multiple different types of energy sources for our public transportation. I think that the city is already investing a lot of money in replacing the regular buses with the electric ones, and just any complications that could arise could be prevented. Secondly, I think that the money that's being spent on the buses, it's a bit more expensive than the battery-powered ones. And my concern arises being that we are investing this money as a city in a fuel source that has not been proven to be more effective than the one currently being employed. And also that money could potentially go towards bringing back the promises that were made to the residents when they approved the project along Route 1, namely bus priority lanes and signal prioritization, which have not happened. And so I just wanted to express my concern with the money being spent in this manner. Thank you.
That's it for in the chambers today. I think Mr. Elizondo slept in. So we're going to go to over Zoom. We got a couple people queued up.
Yes, first we have Lisa Flores.
Good morning, Lisa.
Good morning. How's everybody doing today? Happy birthday, Louie. Don't forget to get your mother some flowers, because I'm sure that was a hard push for you. Well, a couple of things. First, I want to ask about, is there any update of when the cooling centers will be open, especially since a heat advisory has been issued for this weekend? You know, it's going to be over 100 degrees, guys. Second, thank you for having public comment at the very beginning. The last two meetings were very disappointing in having the public comments at the end. You know, it's about the public's right to redress their government and having respect for us, for our time as we have respect for your time. Third, Porch Fest. You know, when I'm sleeping and taking a nap and I snore really loud and had my sleep apnea machine on, it woke me up. Now, the music wasn't so bad as the drumming. So, you know, I would appreciate if there was some consideration to the neighbors during Porch Fest, especially regarding drums and amplification. I'm not saying not have Porch Fest, just not so loud. Then also too, got another issue about, you know, the fights in the tower along Olive Avenue. Seems to be an uptick, guys. And, you know, something I mentioned some time ago was saturation of liquor license, even for restaurants in that area. And, you know, I understand the restaurants and the clubs are kicking people out when they're too drunk, but the violence is now pouring out into the streets. So you know, if you guys need to pull some liquor license or suspend a business license for a while, I will be all up for that, because what we don't need is we don't need somebody dying by being kicked to death or being to death on Olive. That's not what the tower is. That's not what the tower is about. So I would hope that peace and kindness come back to Fridays and Saturday nights and the clubbing nights in the tower. And also finally, thank you, Roding Park Maintenance Crew. Dog Park looks fabulous. We were out there yesterday having a great time. There were approximately, 8-10 dogs out there yesterday. We had a really good time yesterday. So want to thank the maintenance crew of Roding Park and the Parks Department. That's it.
Thank you, Lisa. Next, we have Bob Minkowski.
Thank you, Council. I just want to start out by giving my condolences to the family and friends of H. Spees. He was a sincere man. We will all miss him. Number two, thanks for rolling out the medical mobile unit in the second shower. We look forward to letting people know the locations when they're out there. I appreciate the city notifying us of where they're going to be. Number three, tiny home villages. I did speak to several council members recently about the $10 million that was allocated over a year ago for a tiny home village. My understanding is land is a problem, and I know people are saying that the land they've looked at is contaminated and there's cleanup costs, but let's look, there must be some land the city or county could be leased or around that is not contaminated. We could put up that village ASAP. I was told it will take until next year to get it established. I just sat in on the FMCOC report. They've dropped 38% on the amount of people that have returned to the streets and their permanent housing numbers are way down this year. It's very disappointing. I just want to make you aware of that. I just want to speak quickly to the military equipment item 1D2316. I know that the city is reporting, I did the math, there's over $2.6 million of city money spent on military equipment, including guns, ammunition, SWAT rifles, military vehicles, crowd control equipment, pepper balls, riot control. And there's another request for $440 million for a police vehicle, some kind of armored vehicle. I'd urge you to look at next year's request for $1 million, and I want to just briefly read from the end of this report you guys put out. It says the Fresno Police Department handles approximately 400,000 calls for service annually and receives over 1,000 911 calls every single year. Each year, officers have consistently used reportable force during less than 0.5% of calls for service. That's 0.5%. The period considered for the report last year, 22, the city vehicles designated as military equipment were deployed to protect the Fresno community during only 20 calls for service. SWAT responded to 10 calls for service. Why we need more SWAT rifles? EOD responded to 24 call-outs and provided assistance on 44 incidents. My point is, military consumables also, ammunition, diversionary devices, pepper balls, chemical agents, were deployed only on 15 times. You guys spent $2.6 million last year on this equipment. It's just sitting there getting rusted.
Thank you, Bob.
Thank you. Next, we have Des Martinez.
Hi, thank you. We would like to give our condolences also to H. Spees' family. We had our years together, but at the end, H and I got chance to talk, so we got to understand each other a little bit more. So I just want to say thank you to his family and our condolences. It's got to be a hard thing right now. Youth shelters, you guys, come on. We need youth shelters. I don't know why it was closed. I don't know what's going on, but these youth shelters are very, very important because once they get to 18, I don't know if you guys noticed, but we don't have any youth shelters that's enough for 18 to 24-year-olds. So now we're putting them in the low barrier shelters, which these low barrier shelters has turned into sex trafficking and how to be a drug dealer training schools. That's what I consider them now because of the lack of transparency and accountability that is being held on security and staff selling and doing drugs and alcohol and all this, allowing this stuff to be on these campuses. We're subjecting these 18 to 24-year-olds to this. I do not agree on placing 18 to 24s in these low barriers. We, unless that's what the mayor plans on doing, you know, we're just a whole bunch of low-income, poverty-stricken colored folks, I guess, that we can just throw us all in one pot, our children, and not worry about the future of Fresno. But I'd like to see more go into youth. And it's very important for you guys to start pulling these 18 to 24s because you guys are training them. The city, county, you guys are training them. Trails in, you guys, majority of the individuals that are dying faster on our streets are the elderly. Majority of the people at Trails in are elderly. I'm hoping that if you guys have any way that you can help save them, that you actually step forward right now and do so. Because we need to save the elderly. They only have so much time left on this earth. Why put them out on the street where I know the elderly are dying faster than anybody else out here? They say it's due to the elements, but we know a lot of it's due to them not having the medication or having the ride to the doctors or having any type of medical help right there like they could at their home. You guys would be saving people. She said there's only 20 people left. I'm just urging the city to step forward and help these individuals that are left there secure their home permanently with some kind of portable housing. They said they're looking at selling it to a storage unit. I mean, that sounds like it was the plan all in the beginning. I really hope that you guys look into helping. It's too much. It's too much. All organizations, and even though they're not going to say anything because they want the money, we all know that we have doubled. We have not gone down. Poverello House wants a kitchen to feed more people. I'm confused. If we're feeding over 3,500 people, why did the mayor just go on and say we only have about 1,200 people homeless? So the numbers aren't matching, you guys. I'm a little concerned about this. So if somebody can look into that, maybe the city manager. I don't know whose responsibility
Thank you,
is.
Des. Appreciate
They're
you.
not matching.
Thank you. Next, we have Ashley Rojas.
Hi, Council. Happy Thursday. Hope y'all are doing well. My name is Ashley Rojas. I live in District 3 and providing public comment today on, again, the lack of housing in our community comprehensively. We saw you all pass the fair housing recognition, wonderful, you know, over a decade late. And we saw a complete ignored community. There was an entire community mobilized around rent control and no visible engagement with those folks. And so here we have a Fresno Unified, the third largest school district in California, saying 30% increase to homeless youth families living in cars. And we have no action on a mobile home community. We have no action on youth housing, and we have growing numbers of folks unsheltered, unsafe, and unprotected in our communities while you all continue to fund police and the militarization of our community. And so I would just encourage everybody to check out whotakescopmoney.com to understand why we're not seeing movement on these issues in the directions that we need them. And we're going to reiterate that we need care in our community and less policing. I understand our law enforcement plays a critical role, but they can't house people, they can't feed people, and they can't educate people, and they can't provide employment opportunities to people, and they can't provide health care to people. And so I would encourage you all to diversify your strategy to creating communities that are well. We've had this conversation before, and we're ready to have it again. Thanks.
Thank you, Ashley. Last, we have Brandy.
Thank you. I too want to extend condolences to the family, the HBs, as well as his those in his life, his loved ones. I echo. I feel like a lot of people before me have said things better than I could have, but I do want to ask that you take action regarding Trails End, Harmony Properties, and avoid and bring justice, and as well as work towards helping those who have already been evicted. I agree with the need for the youth shelters and ask that that be looked into. I agree with and ask that you take seriously the statements by Ashley and Bob regarding the military use of equipment, and also the how our funding, the percentage of our funding is being invested, and possible alternatives. I do want to thank you, noting that there is regarding the Clarion Point and the housing and homeless shelters with and the Avalon properties. We've been asking again. Been asking for properties to be for shelters and for housing to be in well-resourced areas, and I'm excited that Clarion is in my district, that is in a place where they will be close to stores, where they'll be close to the bus line, to the services at Manchester, and very much, and for the Avalon, moving northwest, that we are moving in that direction. I do ask that, again, that we look into ensuring that how things are operated is just and equitable with those, with our partners, but very much thank you for that. I do agree with the idea that we do need to consider youth shelters, and as well echo Lisa Flores's concerns regarding the cooling centers. It is much easier for people to know, just like with the warming centers, what time, like if we say it's going to be these dates that it's open, for them to know that, than to know the day, find out from announcement the day before that will be open the next day. So I ask that, as with the warming centers, that that things that would work best for those who are unhoused be implemented regarding the cooling centers. Thank you.
Anybody else online, City Clerk? Is there a motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar? Motion by Councilmember Chavez, seconded by Carbasi. Any opposition? Seeing none, the item passes 7-0. All right, I'm gonna switch over quickly to our 10 o'clock a.m. scheduled matter. That's consideration of plan amendment and rezone application P22-1086, development permit application and related environmental assessment in District Number 6. Councilmember Bedefeld, this is your district. Would you like to open up with any remarks before we hand it over to administration?
No, I'd let the administration make a presentation.
Hi, good morning, Council President, Council members. Israel Trejo, Planning and Development Department. I do have a short presentation.
We could also entertain motion if council member felt so inclined.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve and pending this.
Got a motion and a second.
So quickly, the request is to amend the Fresno General Plan, approximately 2.2 acres, property located at near the southeast corner of Chestnut and Shepherd Avenues. Request is to amend the general plan from the medium-low to the medium-high designation, also rezone from RS4 to RM1. These applications are intended to support a development permit for 32 multifamily residential units. Concludes staff's presentation. I can answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Any comments for staff?
Just a quick question. So I see in the staff report there were concerns about traffic from the residents. Can you address that?
Yes, so we did a VMT analysis, and it does meet those thresholds. Chestnut is in the new growth area fee program, and when there are fees available, that street will be widened to 2 lanes.
Okay, so it'll be able to handle all the traffic from the new development?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so I've made a motion.
Okay, we have a motion on the table from Councilmember Bedefeld and a second from Councilmember Arias. Any other discussion on the dais? Is there any opposition? Seeing none, the item passes 7-0. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry.
Public comment.
My apologies. Take it out to the public if anybody wishes to speak on the timed item. Anybody in the chambers wish to speak on the District 6 item? Do we have anybody online? Okay, thank you, City Clerk. Going to move on to the general administration portion of today's agenda, starting with a workshop on the status of negotiations concerning cleaner and greener neighborhood industry overlay district and Elm Avenue. This is sponsored by Councilmember Arias. Would you like to kick us off, Councilmember?
Thank you, Council President. For the council, this might be a little bit of a repeat.
I'm sorry, I thought we were doing it at 11:30, Council President, and so I need to get staff down here. Can you just give us a couple minutes?
Would you be ready to go with the other workshop?
We're
at
ready
this
with the
time?
PLA one. I'm sorry, I told them 11:30.
Okay, we
I
finished a little
apologize.
sooner than I anticipated.
Yeah, I know, yeah.
Okay. In that case, let's go ahead and go back to the 10 o'clock a.m. item. I negligently did not call on public comment before we took a vote, so let us go ahead and entertain a vote on the 10 o'clock a.m. item again in Councilmember Bredefield's district. Entertain a motion to approve. So the District 6 one, and we did not go out to public comment before we took a vote, so.
Second.
Okay. Got a motion from Bredefield and a second from Carbasi. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, the item passes 7-0. Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to the PLA workshop at this time. That is the item 3A. It's being sponsored by Public Works Department. Good morning, Director Mosier.
Good morning, Council. Scott Mosier, Public Works Department. We have a brief presentation on this item. Just for the council and for the public, of course, this is not an action item today, simply a one-year review as contained within the project labor agreement that was executed between the City of Fresno, as approved by the council, and the building trades. So with that, we'll go through. Thank you, Brianna. All right. So I will briefly recap just the purpose and goals of the agreement, and then our construction manager, Kelly Yost, will provide an overview of some of the local hiring data. So overall term of agreement executed September 2021. That became effective in January of 22, and so now we're reviewing the data after that one-year mark. So initially it's for a 5-year term. And there's a formal review of local hiring goals and progress at the year 2 point, but it does have an annual report before the City Council. So overall, goals of the agreement were, just to recap these, they're contained in the presentation, range from the employment, hiring opportunities, building the pipeline for apprentices, skilled labor, that pool, the pathway, of course, dealing with issues of unemployment or underemployment for our city residents and workforce, efficiency, diversity, recruitment training, and also successful completion of city projects. I wanted to go over the key provisions of that agreement. That was an attachment to the item and available for the public, the full clauses and terms of that executed agreement. So overall, it applies to construction projects with an engineer's estimate of $1 million or greater, wherein it's not prohibited by the funding source. And that's been a big effort of staff to secure that. If it's locally funded, that was a non-issue from the beginning. For example, general fund, Measure P, public utility dollars, those applied right away. And staff immediately began working to secure additional approvals, for example, through Fresno County Transportation Authority with Measure C. State funding we were able to secure right away. Federal funding, a little bit different story. Just wanted to touch on that as an update to the council. With Caltrans and the Federal Highway Administration, that took over 1 year. We initially sought, per the PLA, a blanket authorization for anything $1 million and higher, and the response was we needed to do that on a project-by-project specific basis. Those approvals are now starting to come through, as you'll see in the presentation. With HUD, the answer has been no. So those projects continue to be bid without the PLA. And we're regularly communicating that with the building trades and all the partner organizations contained within the Building Trades Council. So what other things, as noted here, applies to the work of craft workers, not products that are purchased. All of the components of this are happening, ranging from pre-job conferences to a quarterly meeting of the Joint Administrative Committee where we sit down and review progress. How are things going? Those have gone well. We've held 2 of the Joint Administrative Committee meetings with Chuck Riojas, President, and his team, representatives of each labor union. Also just recapping on projects where you have non-union and union workers on the job, this agreement has the unions represent all of the employees. There are also payments to the unions for things like vacation, pension, health and welfare, and of course then the apprentices and local hiring apply. All right, and the local hiring program, that was a major goal of the city and something incorporated into the agreement. Basically, the unions agreed to exert their utmost efforts to achieve the goals, and then these were the goals specifically. 50% of the journey level work hours by City of Fresno residents. As far as the apprentices, that was 55%, and then of all the apprentice hours, the goal was a minimum 30% by new local apprentices. So those are people who are not long-time apprentices, but newly in the programs, and then doing that work. Again, the goal to get more residents, more people into the trades and into the skilled labor. So I'll touch on, again, this is very early, so when we provide a report next year, there will be dramatically more data, dramatically more projects and hours to be looking at. And again, that's because projects were then bid with the PLA provisions, awarded, got started anywhere ranging from last summer to into the fall. But now that is really ramping up. So the 4 projects covered that were in construction as of and had significant progress as of end of February this year. Major project over at Fax being built by AMG. Large water main replacement in the Kawa area with West Valley. Sewer rehabilitation project in one of our neighborhoods in the city, bounded by Blackstone, Maroa, Clinton, McKinley, and then a project with the substation out at the wastewater treatment plant by AC Electric. Here is a listing of upcoming. Some of these have been awarded, such as the Barstow Bike Lane project. Others coming up, such as Midtown Trail. Again, as I mentioned, we've secured federal approval to incorporate that, and many more to come. So, all right, what I'd like to do is I'll introduce our construction manager, Kelly Yost. He and his team are administering the project labor agreement. We collect all the certified payrolls, the data, and even beyond local hire tracking. They're dealing with all aspects of the project labor agreement. So Kelly will share with you about these hours and the data that we've tracked thus far.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Kelly Yost, as Scott said, construction manager for the city of Fresno. So like Scott said, we take the data from each one of the contractors, certified payroll reports, and we're trying our hardest to make it as live as possible, so we can get the information and the most current data whenever it's needed. The very first one we have on the list is the Fax facility. Good sample, the hours, a little over 2,000 hours of the journeyman tracked. The percentage of the city of Fresno is on the lower side, but it is a newer project, so we're hoping that that's going to rebound and recover as far as the percentages for the city. The apprentice hours on that one are also a little low, but that means that a lot of the main grading and infrastructure work was accomplished in the beginning, and now we're going to transition into the actual building, where a lot of those trades have apprentice-level work. Any questions on any of those? Yeah, there's just a few. Next one is the Blackstone Roa, the sewer rehab. Again, on this one, it's a good sample of the, thank you. Good sample, you got a little over 2,000 journey level hours. Unfortunately, on this one, there's just a little under 700 out this track to the city of Fresno. So it's about 24%, but this one's a little newer also. And then on the apprentice on that one, you can see there's very low apprentice hours and none in the city of Fresno. But it's new. Next project is the water main replacement in Calwa. A good sample of work hours, over 6,000 project hours, where you have 5,600 that were classified as journeyman level, 940 for the city of Fresno. So that's why that one's a little low. It's at 14%, where our goal is 50. But on that particular one, the apprentice hours used are high, but again, it's a new project. And I think the last one we have to track is the substation. Very early. I mean, we have less than 100 hours allocated for the project. So a project would be in over $2 million. The hours are going to start coming in on that on the next report. You will see there is the use of a new city of Fresno, a new apprentice. That's the one that has the classifications that they're in an approved apprenticeship program, but they're less than halfway through the program, so they're classified as a new apprentice. And then we have a summary sheet that just actually takes all the numbers and all the data, so the contract dollars and the total hours, and puts them in a one sheet that shows right now the city of Fresno journey hours are less than 20%. They're showing 18%, and our goal is 50. But I do believe that that is going to go up. I don't know how high, but it is going to go up. And the apprenticeship hours are very low, but it's got a good percentage. Any questions on that one? No? And the next slide that we have is what we did is we took a sample, random sampling of 24 non-PLA construction projects and compared the exact same data. And what we did on this slide is we listed the name of the projects. Some are good projects, some are great. And then on the next page, we took those total values, and as an overall, that is non-PLA, but the sample group is large. I mean, you're seeing that there is over 70,000 working hours, where you've got 25,000 hours of the non-PLA, which is a 36%. But straight across the board, they're not really equivalent, but you have a big sample group. So like Scott said, I believe the next period that we do this, it should be a real good sample comparison of the number of hours applied.
This does not include Fresno County Islands within the city of Fresno, correct?
That is correct. It's a city of Fresno. It's written in the city of Fresno. And actually what we do is we verify the voter registration address because this is new to a lot of people. We've had addresses come in as the job site. We go, no, that's not your address. You're not living on fax. And then so we've clarified that, and that's exactly right. That's what they use. No question? Thank you.
All right, thank you, Council. So just in closing, as Mr. Yo shared, this is very early on. We'll have lots more data. We are reviewing regularly. Again, the building trades are involved in every pre-job conference. They are familiar with the data, working with the team. They want to see these numbers go up. They're working with local contractors to get the subs on board. Again, with the contractors themselves, there is no financial penalty to them if the goals are not met on the contracts. In each contractor, of course, they are subject to the referrals that are provided by the respective labor unions for those craft workers and employees on the project. But my staff and I were available for any questions. And again, there's no action item associated with this workshop.
Thank you, Director. We do have a couple council members punched up, starting with Councilmember Carbasi.
Thank you, Director Mosier. You had a great list of projects. There are a lot because of the funding source. They are non-PLA, but we had quite a few that are PLA projects. And I just want to compliment you. This is off to a great start. I'm very, very impressed with these numbers going forward. When it comes to upward mobility and job creation, not just the apprenticeships, but the workforce development opportunities, this is fantastic, keeping our money local. So thank you so much. This is clearly good policy. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Council. And I did want to add, why did we do a random sampling? And that's simply because we do not have the staff resources to provide data on every single non-PLA project. So that was literally a random process. We did not attempt to get a representative sample. It was literally a roll of dice and going through to randomly sample out of about 120 different projects on the list and have some come up. Some of these were a lot of hours and a lot of the hard staff work to pull it together, but we sought to just get you a random sample and see, well, what is the baseline? How are we doing just without it? Again, and the building trades are seeking to get those numbers up much higher.
Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Council President. Being part of the negotiating team with a couple of my colleagues in this PLA, I remember the council's goals when we went down this path to hire local, keep the tax dollars local, have more residents with good paying jobs that provide a pension and health care, and to expand the amount of opportunities to folks in the trades by the apprenticeships and journeyman hours. And this chamber, when we took this task on, was full with folks. And I remember the opposition from Sacramento was screaming that the sky was going to fall, that we were not going to get any bids for these jobs, that the costs were going to be very high, and that the projects would be late and over budget if we went down the path of a project labor agreement. They even convinced our mayor to veto the project labor agreement. This council made the right decision to override that veto and to put this project labor agreement into effect. And today's presentation just provides us further evidence that it's working. It's doing what we tasked the work to do, which is hire local, keep our dollars here with our own residents in jobs, keep the projects on time and on budget. I think it's clear to us the only driving force on costs on any of these infrastructure projects is the international and national supply chain because of the COVID and the pandemic that we've all experienced, from the cost of a light pole to the cost of raw materials. But every project that's gone through the PLA has been on time and on budget, and that is a resounding success. Thank you, Scott, for doing this work. I know it's not easy, and it's additional work for you all at team. And I do believe that, given the resounding success of the project labor agreement, that we should look to expand its term, and to build upon it. There's nothing better and nothing more effective for a community's prosperity than making sure families have a good paying job that provides health care and a retirement for them that's secure, and these labor jobs do that. So I'm glad that it's working out as we had hoped, and thanks for your staff work on making sure that these things are done. I do hope that we figure out some of the kinks on making sure that projects are bidded according to PLA, so we don't have to delay them. A public works projects typically is 4 to 5 years in the works. By the time we get the funding, the design, the bidding, the construction, and these are all critical projects that our residents desperately want executed. So thank you again for the work that you've done on this, and thank you to our labor partners for coming forward and problem-solving this challenge before us.
Thank you. Next up, we have Council Vice President Perea.
Just a quick question, Director. Are non-union companies allowed to still participate in the bidding for these projects?
Yes, absolutely. There's opportunity for either union or non-union, and that's even that may be a little bit of a misnomer, because some contractors are signatory with certain labor unions, trade unions, and non-signatory with others. So it's not a pure black and white on that. But yes, it is. The project labor agreement provides that opportunity. So for example, there's a provision in the attached executed agreement that talks about core and non-core workers. So there's opportunity for a contractor to utilize up to 5 of their core workers who are non-union employees, and they alternate them with those referrals from the hiring hall.
Thank you. Just wanted to clear that up. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Scott, for the presentation, you and your team, and the work that you've been doing. And I want to give a special thank you to our trade folks. They've been working at this for quite a bit. I was actually at a retreat for the California Cities, League of Cities Latino Caucus, and had some other cities approach me about what we've done with our PLA agreement and just the logistics of what that looks like. And they specifically pointed to the airports project that we've been working on. That didn't happen overnight, and Scott, you've been around long enough to know that that actually has been a long process to get those partnerships in place. City Manager, we had a meeting with our trade folks about, if you recall, about 8 months ago on there. I think that's a great opportunity. I'd like for us to figure out a way of maybe formalizing somehow and maybe have that as an ongoing where we had our team come out there and meet with our folks and flag all the projects that are coming up in the near future. We've gone through a lot of investment from not just ARPA, but the CARE dollars. Those are dwindling down a little bit, but I know that there'll be other opportunities. So I'd like to work with you on how do we codify that and have an ongoing conversation with our trades, particularly honing in on the numbers that Scott Mosier shared with us, which are with the apprentice programs. That's what I think we need to specifically hone in on, because I think that gives our labor partners an opportunity to see what's coming down the pipeline in the next six months, a year, 18 months, and it allows them to prepare, because the last thing they want to do is enroll a lot of apprentice folks and then not have a job site for them to go to. So I'll love to work with the city manager and my colleagues if they're interested in codifying that process. Scott, I did have one question earlier in the presentation. You did reference a $1.5 million threshold to get approval from the federal government. Could you maybe just elaborate a little bit on that? What does that actually mean for us?
Absolutely. So, Council, again, the agreement applies to any project that it's $1 million or more in construction. So that's pretty straightforward. And what we sought with the federal government is a blanket approval to use the project labor agreement. We were able to obtain that from other agencies, for example, FCTA for Measure C. We're fine. We don't need to go specific project by project. But with FHWA and with Caltrans, it has to be every single project prior to construction. We have to seek that authorization one by one, provide a justification. So as shared, those are rolling in. We've received 5 specific projects approved to incorporate the PLA, and we'll continue to do that. We haven't gotten a no yet on the new series, but we have gotten 5 approvals so far, and per the PLA, we'll continue to do that.
Yeah. And then the last question I have is maybe for the administration. Last time we went through the path of the conversation for Measure C, and what that entailed, what do we have planned for engaging in that broad discussion for the next version of Measure C? Is the mayor going to be involved? Is the administration going to be involved? Are we setting up a committee like we did last time? Maybe if you could give us some insight as to what the plan is.
So yes, the mayor's going to be involved. I believe that they're very, very, very preliminary conversation. I think he's been involved in 1 or 2. I don't know more than that. I'd probably need to circle back with him. I would suspect that there would be some involvement of a council committee. I mean, I think that worked okay last time, and You know, obviously, it was a sort of a last-minute type approach last time, so we have the benefit of being able to be involved sort of from the get-go this time. So let me just circle back with him. I do know he's been involved in at least one meeting, very preliminary discussions.
Okay, no, and that's good to know, but you're right, we do have plenty of time. That's one of the reasons why I want to bring this conversation up now, make sure that the council is on the same page, that we're going forward, because I think that's going to be probably one of the most lasting conversations that we have up here, considering that this, I think the last time around was a 30-year, multi-billion-dollar proposal. We know one of the biggest needs that we have here in the city is potholes and infrastructure. That's aging. I think our facilities master plan tells us that internally for us as a city. But I always get this mixed up, Scott. Your index, the CIP index that kind of grades every single street across the city of Fresno and gives them a score on that. I know last time you mentioned that we had close to or maybe $1 billion in need across just the city of Fresno. So that's a conversation I think that we need to engage early. Happy to chat with the mayor and administration on how we making sure that we get everything that we need to get in a row by then. So with that, thank you, Council President.
City Manager, do you have additional comments at this time?
I do, thank you. I wasn't going to say anything, but I think I would be remiss if I didn't. I just want to make sure, because I think the numbers show that there is still a little bit of work to be done by the building trades, and I feel like some of the comments leave the impression like this is 100% going great, there's no room for improvement, and I think the numbers definitely show there is a little bit room for improvement, just as with anything new. There's growing pains, and you know, I know in the meeting that me and the staff attended that Councilmember Chavez and Chuck Riojas had put together, you know, there's discussion about him constantly reminding the contractors to be bidding on these projects. But my perspective is just from the local hire perspective as far as those numbers. So I just want to make sure that that's clear, and I know in conversations that we've had, they're, you know, definitely proceed moving forward, learn from sort of this first wave of it, and figure out where we need to improve on our side. Obviously, we've had a few hiccups with some bid documents not being sent out appropriately, but I think a little bit of room for improvement on some of the local numbers as well from the trades perspective. Not an indictment, not an overcritically comment, just want to make sure that we have that be clear as well. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Director Mosier. I think for the most part, most of us up here are pretty pleased with how the program has been implemented, and we look forward to further improvements going forward. So thank you for your time. Going to move on finally to the 3B workshop. This is the negotiations concerning cleaner and greener neighborhood industry. Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Council President. This might be a rehash for the council. Approximately 6 months ago, the council considered a rezone application of approximately 92 acres that were originally zoned industrial and rezoned mixed use by the Southwest Pacific Plan, impacting the ability for those businesses to continue operating and replacing equipment, especially the electrification equipment as required by state law, and modernization requirements as required by their respective business owners. At that time, the council chose to essentially bifurcate the rezone application and only rezone approximately 30 of the 92 acres. And that was primarily based on the fact that the community and the city staff had indicated that they were working on a plan to address the remaining 62 acres with a overlay. They asked for a couple weeks in order to bring forward an overlay to the council's consideration. The council gave direction for them to come back in 90 days with a proposed overlay that would address the issues identified by the community and by the applicants and the business owners in that area. It's now been 180 days, and we have not received any closure from the administration. There's nothing on the agenda. There has been an overlay that's been presented to our respective implementation committees for feedback, and I've been getting a lot of competing indication from multiple sources on where we are with this situation. So I wanted to give the applicants an opportunity to address the council and provide us an update, as well as the city staff, to provide us an update on the direction that the council gave approximately 6 months ago. As you know, council, we're always trying to balance out the needs of and the impact to the neighbors of any business that exists within that area, whilst at the same time ensuring that the local business and development community has the ability to transition to the cleaner electrification operations that the state and us as a city expect. In this case, they're unable to do that. We addressed a third of the problem 6 months ago, and the 2/3 of the remaining problem remain. So that's what I wanted to do, is get an update from city staff and from the applicants on where we are, and the community on where we're at. I don't see Pastor B.T. Lewis, who's been the spokesperson for the community, here today, so we'll see what update we can get. With that, I'll turn over to John Kinsley. Mr. Kinsley.
Good morning, council members. I really appreciate your time today. I'm here, John Kinsey, on behalf of the Elm Avenue landowners, and to provide an update of where things stand with respect to the negotiations, and also we do have some thoughts about what viable next steps might be. The document that we just handed out was a document that unfortunately I had to work out of town yesterday, so I tried to send that document to the council members. This is a hard copy, just so you have your own copy, and also just in case it didn't go through for anyone. So just to provide a little bit of a refresher, I know that most of you have been in hearings regarding this issue in the past. I represent the Elm Avenue property owners south of Annandale, and these properties were redeveloped as a part of an endeavor by the city. This was a former dairy site. It was contaminated, and the city went out and actively recruited developers, landowners throughout the state to invest in the city of Fresno and to build logistics centers here on these properties. These properties were actively developed from the early to mid 2000s all the way up until 2017. I noticed someone pointed out that there was actually a typo on this page. There was actually construction going on this site in 2017 by Span Construction. Ultimately, those properties were developed into, I think what you're all familiar with today, which is new state-of-the-art industrial facilities that are occupied by many local businesses and national businesses. The investment here on this property represents over $100 million in the city of Fresno. And we're here because in 2017 in October, the city council, as part of the Southwest Pacific Plan, rezoned these properties to neighborhood mixed use from industrial. And again, these were properties that at the time were being actively developed, and actually in 2017 there was still construction going on. And I would submit that as a property owner who's in the middle of construction of your property, you would have no idea that the city, you would have no reason to suspect that a city was in the process of rezoning your property to an inconsistent land use. And this ultimately has not only effects for the landowners, but also for the city and for the region. For the landowners themselves, it diminishes their ability to attract reputable tenants that are responsible and well capitalized. It undermines their ability to sell the property because now they have an inconsistent use with the zoning. The property values plummet. It undermines the ability to obtain financing, which is absolutely needed in the 2020s because we are in the middle of electrification of our fleets. You can't electrify without capital. You can't bring that infrastructure into your property without capital. That financing is critical. In addition, non-use over a long period of time can result in loss of that legal non-conforming status. And we all know that with industrial properties, there are ebbs and flows in the market. And there are certain periods of time where these properties could be vacant and lose their non-conforming status, which is a problem. Ultimately, this has a regional impact. It undermines the city's ability to compete with other jurisdictions. Economic investment requires certainty and predictability. And to be perfectly frank, if this can happen to $100 million in investment in the city, that's something that sends a signal to people who are looking to invest in the city, in town, out and out of state. So these properties, since the landowners learned about the inconsistent zoning in 2018, we've really been trying to actively resolve this issue with the city. We prepared an environmental document in 2020, or I'm sorry, the city's environmental consultants prepared a document in early 2020s finding that there was no environmental impacts. And during the process between 2020 and 2022, we engaged in numerous meetings, formally scheduled neighborhood meetings, informal meetings on the project site with members of the community to discuss the uses that were there, formal meetings with district project review committees, planning commission, city council meetings, and workshops. Ultimately, this came to a head on October 13th of last year. And the two of the landowners that are north of Annandale, they were rezoned back to light industrial with conditions. But with respect to the remaining 60 acres south of Annandale, the council members directed the landowners to engage in discussions with staff and with the representatives of the community to try to work out an amicable overlay district that would allow the neighborhood mixed zoning to remain, but also to allow the existing uses to remain and not have those negative impacts. So we actually reached out to the city the very following morning, engaged in several meetings with the community representatives as well as the city. We rolled up our sleeves. We asked tough questions about, hey, what can we do to make our project better, to provide assurances that businesses down the line are not going to have negative impacts on the community? What can we do to assure you, the city, the community, that that's not going to happen? And what we did is through those communications, through those meetings, we suggested numerous conditions of zoning mitigation measures to ultimately prevent impacts from occurring, to assure that the clean businesses that are already there are going to be the types of businesses that the community will continue to see in the future. We really only had two requests, and that was a request to change language that was ambiguous and could have been read to require CEQA anytime you had a new tenant. And that obviously is something that's going to render the neighborhood mixed use, or I'm sorry, render the text amendment essentially valueless for a landowner, because anytime you have to do a CEQA document, that adds uncertainty to the process. In addition, we had some real concerns about language in there that said that you have to demonstrate that you have fewer impacts from the perspective of energy, traffic, all sorts of resources than the prior tenant. And so what we said and what our message was, and we were very clear to the city, to the community, that hey, if you have concerns about substantive impacts, we will commit to reducing those impacts. We will commit to including mitigation measures, binding commitments that ensure that future landowners aren't going to engage in those negative impacts on the community. Unfortunately, despite all these concessions, the community representatives wouldn't agree to any relief to the landowners. They simply accepted our concessions, but refused to accept any relief that would provide us the ability to continue business and frankly to make this overlay district viable. I have here on the slide some examples, and these are just a few of the examples of mitigation commitments that the landowners were willing to make. And frankly, they continue to be willing to make to both the city and the community to ensure that future landowners aren't going to engage in bad conduct. And that includes limiting most expansion, other than, say, security and awnings, prohibiting certain uses such as heavy manufacturing, recycling, making sure that odors don't go past the property, contamination, that there is no contamination, making sure that trucks don't go through neighborhoods adjacent to schools. And those are all things that we continue to be willing to commit to. It's very easy. These are clean businesses, and they want to make sure that they continue to have a positive impact on the city and no negative impacts on the surrounding community. So we're long past 90 days. And I think despite what we understand as a recognition on the part of staff that the two provisions that we're concerned about are ambiguous, we haven't seen any language to resolve our issues. The community has not provided us with any leeway on these two issues or any issues whatsoever. And although the text amendment has made it through the district committee review process, we're not aware of any meeting being scheduled. In fact, it's our understanding that the administration doesn't want to bring this to the planning commission. So ultimately, we are suggesting that one viable solution may be to bring this matter back for consideration by the council for a rezone back to light industrial, as opposed to going through this process of the overlay district and the text amendment that would affect the entire city. That way the council could narrowly focus on whether or not to approve light industrial for this property. Now, rest assured, we don't want to go back to ground zero. We want to make sure that we provide the assurances to the city, to the community, that future landowners, future businesses will be good actors. And that's something that we're willing to commit to, put our money where our mouth is. And as part of the consideration of the rezone application, we would absolutely be willing to include as conditions of zoning all of the commitments that we made during that negotiation process, including the ones that I just showed to you. So with that, we would obviously like to seek the council's direction in terms of what our next steps are, given the realities of where we are in the process. We obviously have our own ideas, which is, perhaps it makes the most sense for the council to bring this back for a rehearing on light industrial. That way it's narrowly considering our property. And then again, we're absolutely willing to include those commitments, those concessions that we previously agreed to. We're not backing away from those. We want to be good actors, and we want to make sure that all the businesses that continue in the future are good actors.
Thank you, Mr. Kinsley. Is there anybody from the public that would like to speak to this item? They're part of the negotiation.
So, Councilmember, I just, given that this was your workshop item requested, we didn't invite the community, so I just wanted to make sure that you're aware of that.
Do we have Dr. Curry? This is, as I indicated, is meant for the council to be briefed on the latest developments from all parties, not just, the applicants.
We didn't understand that. Apologies.
No worries. It's been a long 4-year process.
So good afternoon to the council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Dr. Venice Curry. I'm a resident of West Fresno, and I have been working on this issue for a number of years. I would just call your attention to some basic facts so that we are working with the same information. The Southwest Pacific Plan was started in 2015. It was approved unanimously by the City Council and the Planning Commission in 2017. It laid the groundwork for the Transform Climate Communities investments in West Fresno, and it was always centered on the health and the well-being of West Fresno residents. This is a community that has long been underinvested in, and you all can look at the stats, not only for economic issues and outcomes, but also for health outcomes. And I've spoken many times about preterm birth, low birth weight infants, maternal mortality, cardiovascular disease, diabetes prevalence, asthma prevalence, the whole array of health outcomes. So this issue of rezoning this particular area was in service to the longevity and ability for residents to live and thrive in the community that they currently exist in. It was never about penalizing businesses, closing businesses, but it absolutely is unapologetically advocating for policy and for principle and practices that support this neighborhood. And frankly, the city has not always been interested even in hearing about it. So the idea that we arbitrarily came up with mixed-use zoning is inaccurate. As a committee for 2 years, over, I believe, 30 folks representing the city, representing the stakeholders, people that live in the community, and yes, representing business owners, sat together for 2 years consistently, emailing, making sure that people were noticed about the meetings. So the idea that people were not engaged, that they didn't have the information, I don't find that believable. For 2 years, the issue that was the most prominent, that elicited the most energy and concern, was around this issue of zoning. Why? Because our community has forever not had the kind of amenities that other communities enjoy. Grocery stores, banks, very, very basic amenities. This plan, the Southwest Pacific Plan, was not overly ambitious, nor was it honestly overly creative, but it did seek to do basic things, and that was to prevent the city from continuing to place industrial sites in our community. If you look at your general plan map, you will see the darkest gray area, which is Southwest Fresno. That is the area zone for heavy industry. There is other little pockets, maybe perhaps splattered around the city, but there is no other location, no other place on that map that consistently allows you to place industrial sites in communities other than West Fresno. So yes, we have fought for this consistently. We are not going to stop fighting for this because it really is a matter of health. So the issues that were presented about our non-negotiation, we absolutely were clear about what our priorities are. We do not want to be overburdened any more than what is currently in existence in Southwest Fresno. Now, the Southwest Pacific Plan allows for the continuation of the current businesses at their current level of production. It does not ask them to close, it does not ask them to relocate, but it does say we do not want you to expand. I don't think that's out of the ordinary. I don't think that doesn't make sense if you are trying to clean up a community.
Dr. Curry, if I may, the last time this body discussed the 92 acres in question, we were led to believe at that time that there were negotiations on an overlay. Can you speak to, are the negotiations concluded? Are they still ongoing? Is an overlay still being pursued as an option, either by the community or by, and I'll address the city portion later, but
Great.
Where is the status of the overlay, if there is any?
Yes, so we did continue to meet. We absolutely put forth an overlay as an option, and I will let the city talk about sort of the way they envision that as a menu option. As a community, we did not apologize for recognizing that over pollution in our area creates health issues, and so we've tried to stop that, and we've been very clear about it from the beginning. So yes, we have sat, we have listened, we have explained, we have renegotiated, we have looked at the development of the overlay and done what we think is the most appropriate. And so did we meet in the middle? I don't think so. But is that unusual because we have different options, we have different outcomes?
Yeah, and I'm not trying to ascertain what percentage was given or taken. What I'm just trying to ascertain at this point is there an overlay for the council to consider? And maybe that's not a question for you, but for
That's
city
not
staff.
a question for me, but I can tell you that yes, as a community, we have worked diligently on an overlay. We have listened to the input from those applicants. We have changed some of the language to accommodate what they said is important and a priority. Yes, but understand that our core issue has to do with the life and well-being of our citizens, and whether or not that is a priority for this body, we are going to continue to uphold that as the core issue.
Thank you.
Sure, thank you.
City staff, where are we at with the overlay? Thank you, Director.
Absolutely, thank you. Jennifer Clark, Director of Planning and Development. So just a couple of points. So in January, we had fully intended to bring forward a workshop, but were asked not to hold a workshop. So we did provide the council instead with an update via memo giving a status of where we were. And in that memo, we describe the meetings that were held between the residents, who Dr. Curry is a representative of, as well as business owners, and Mr. Kinsey has represented that as well. There was no compromise that was really satisfactory to all of the parties. There were certainly two versions that were provided and that were discussed. As we stated, we held a number of public workshops. We held one in December, and we held 2 in February. We have presented them to the various the majority of the district committees. Since our update in February, the additional 2 public meetings were held. We said in that memo that after additional feedback had been received, we would consult with the city attorney on the required levels of CEQA. But again, there is no consensus that we see from a staff level between the businesses and the property owners. I would defer to the city attorney if there's a question of, what would the process be. Certainly, there are multiple viable options to move forward, whether it's with an overlay or with the reconsideration of the rezone, but they both are very different in how they would be approached and the process.
And I can appreciate, I remember 6 months ago when BT Lewis suggested that they were weeks away from an agreement. I thought that was a little ambitious to suggest that they would be compromised that quickly. But it's clear to me that there is no agreement from both sides at this time. Is there a proposal that the administration plans to bring forward? I know through the planning and land use process, sometimes the administration will bring forward a recommendation that the applicant may or may not agree with, or the community may not fully agree with. Is the administration planning to bring a proposal forward?
At this time, because there isn't a compromise that's really satisfactory to the parties, and it's apparent that it wouldn't be utilized, right now we are not prepared to bring something forward.
Has the administration decided to be supportive of a rezone of any kind for the remaining parcels?
The administration has not made any kind of determination on a support or denial of any kind of rezone.
Okay. So, and correct me if I'm wrong in my summary, 6 months ago, we were hopeful that a compromise overlay could be reached. That clearly has not occurred. The administration does not plan to bring a recommendation independent of that overlay, correct? There's no rezoning application that the administration plans to bring forward. There's no overlay independent of one that can be reached between the 2 parties, correct?
Correct.
That's correct.
Okay. All right, well, that's the update I was looking for, and what I'm going to ask my council colleagues through the city attorney is for the city attorney to provide us viable options on how we move forward, because our goal is to honor the Southwest Pacific Plan, which is to reduce the environmental impact and to improve the health conditions of the whole community. And when we have existing businesses that cannot borrow funds to make the transition to electrification, we're not meeting the goal of reducing pollution and the environmental impacts of that area. And laying off thousands of workers is not a viable option, because that's not, as indicated by Dr. Curry, it was never the intent of the specific plan to shut down businesses. So that's clear from the community. They did not intend to shut down businesses, but they also did not intend to allow those industries to continue to expand and intensify their use. The property owners, from my understanding and the public record that's been submitted, they're clear that they are not interested in expanding or intensifying use, and they're interested in making the transition to a cleaner operation as required by state law and as outlined in the Southwest Pacific Plan. So our task is, how do we get those 2 objectives into a practical plan of execution? And so, City Attorney, I'd like to get a memo from your office on what options we have, whether it's a reconsideration of a rezone application, a new rezone application, a consideration of an overlay. I'm sure there might be other options, but I think it's time for us to, bookend this conversation and get to a conclusion for the benefit of everyone, while honoring everyone's, stated objectives that are very clear on the record. So, thank you, Council, for the time to get this public briefing.
Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Council President. I just have a couple questions for Mr. Kinsey. I don't believe that there was any ill will or anything nefarious associated with what happened with the Southwest Pacific Plan. I think there were great components of that plan. I think this specifically has always been challenging. I agree. I'm of the position that that should have never been rezoned neighborhood mixed use. It should have stayed the way it was, the way it had been for a number of years, but now we're trying to deal with what I call unintended consequences, right? Understanding the dynamics of what happens when you rezone, and I don't even want to touch the conversation about inverse condemnation, because I don't think we're there at that point, but I've had numerous conversations. I did appreciate the tours that were conducted out there for the facilities, particularly seeing what type of businesses are there. And just so everybody knows, and for the benefit of the public, we actually had a company there that was providing pandemic relief equipment, medication, and supplies for the whole western United States right here out of Fresno. And I got an opportunity to see that when the tour was organized over there. But I want to get down to it because we've been kind of dealing with this back and forth for a long time. I understand your position. I understand the community's position. But I think what would also help in this process is, just like Councilmember Arias requested our city attorney, what I would like to request from you, you being the representative, is if you could send the council exactly what you would be willing to do so that we all have a copy of that and there's not this communication going back and forth of they said this, they said that, the councils are kind of in the dark of what's going on. Ultimately, this is going to be a policy decision by this body, and I think the more information we have will be helpful so that by the time this comes back, we're not in a situation where there's sides saying, well, we didn't get this information, we didn't get that. I want to make sure that we flush this out, so to speak, to the fullest extent, so that when it does come to council, we'll be ready to make a decision. But I understand your frustration. I understand the frustration of the folks that have been operating there. I got a chance to see that. You hire a lot of local folks there, particularly with the beverage distribution company that was there. I got a chance to interact and speak with a lot of those folks. Matter of fact, I think he was actually a Roosevelt High graduate fellow Rough Rider that I met that day with the gentleman. So I think for the benefit of this body and for the benefit of the public and transparency, if you could please send us those requests of what the specifics are that you need in order to make that the business models work, and we'll try to work with what we have here with obviously taking the input from the folks there as well. But I don't want to have to keep doing this over and over because we've been doing this for a while, and I think this has been one of those hot potatoes, if I'm being frank and honest, that nobody wants to touch. I think it's time that we addressed it, and we addressed it in a way that it can be productive for all sides. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a great suggestion, and we'll make sure that gets to the council immediately.
Councilmember Esparza. VP Perea.
Mr. Kinsey, just a couple of questions. So I imagine a lot of the businesses down in that area are in the process of trying to get loans to clean their operations, just with all the state law that's coming down on us right now. Is the neighborhood mixed-use zoning prohibiting companies' abilities to go after loans in order to, let's say, transition their fleet from diesel to electric?
Yes. I don't know what the status is of the actual loan applications themselves, but what I will say is Dennis Woods from United Security Bank has presented some pretty significant testimony to the council, and in other contexts where he's talked about the real life impacts associated with having an inconsistent zoning and the fact that a company like USB would not be able to issue a loan for these properties because of that inconsistent zoning. Just because what happens is you can't relet, the value goes down, you just don't have the security for your loan. So that's the practical impact. Thank you.
So in short, the conflict in zoning with the neighborhood mixed use is going to potentially prohibit businesses down there from being able to clean and green their operations.
That's correct. It's far easier to bring that infrastructure in, bring in the electric infrastructure, buy electric vehicles, if you have the access to capital.
Okay. And I believe one of the main points of contention between the two parties within the current text is surrounded a lot by the language of net increase, no net increase. So let's say, for example, we have a company that moves out, a new company moves in. let's say they bring in a new net increase in, let's say there's 50 more vehicle trips for employees and 30 more for trucks. If those new added trips that come online are from electric vehicles, this overlay would essentially stop that because it's essentially a net increase in trips overall. It doesn't differentiate between whether those are diesel trips or electric vehicle trips. So in essence, no net increase language would essentially stop us from being able to meet a lot of our climate goals in terms of transitioning to an increase in electric vehicles.
We certainly agree with that, and for every project, there are going to be trade-offs. And so, for example, part of the language in there is that there shall not be any increase in energy usage or in electricity usage, but that obviously is contrary to what the Air Resources Board is actively trying to implement, which is increase in electrification. So you're absolutely right there.
Okay. And then lastly, the neighborhood mixed use zone allows for residential. Is that right, Director? Okay. So basically, the current zoning for your client site would allow for the development of residential. So basically, we would be supporting, or this council has already supported adding more residential next door to heavy industrial, next door to freeways. So I'm not sure if, and I know industrial is a dirty word, but I think it's important to differentiate between light and heavy industrial. I think sometimes that gets lost in conversations. I think light industrial is a good buffer between heavy industrial and neighborhoods. Neighborhood mixed use, while I understand the intent behind the rezone, essentially is sending us backwards by just being able to allow us to put more residential next to industrial zones. So I am supportive of my colleagues, what his requests are today, and just thank you for your time and for being here. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
City Attorney Jans, you're punched up.
Just real quick, Mr. Kinsey, please copy me on any communications with the City Council.
Absolutely, and I will do that.
All right, Mr. Kinsey, we do appreciate your time. Thank you for coming and presenting today. I don't think we have any other comments or questions at this time.
Great. Thank you very much, council members.
Thank you. All right, we are going to take a break for lunch. We'll be back at 2 o'clock. We'll see you guys then. We're going to pick up where we left off, and that is on contested consent. We're going to go in alphabetical order, starting with 1C, as in Charles. Actions related to the lease agreement with New Vision Aviation, Inc. This was pulled by Councilmember Arias, who is not currently here, so that might be a good thing for you, Director.
Motion to approve?
I have a motion to approve by Councilmember Carbasi and a second from Council Vice President Perea. Because I'm such a good guy, I will give him 30 seconds to finish up whatever it is he's doing.
Tick-tock, tick-tock.
How are you doing today, Director?
Doing good, thank you.
Why don't you remind everybody about our ribbon cutting?
Yes, so Friday, May 19th is the ribbon cutting for the terminal expansion program. So we look forward to seeing all of you there. Already we have 50 people signed up for the event, so it should be good.
All right, Councilmember Arias, we are on 1C as in Charles, which was pulled to contested by yourself.
Thank you, Council President. I just want to take a moment to thank the director for finding a solution to this tenant. The tenant's an organization that does training, flight school training for teenagers at risk, and in partnership with the school district. And I know there was a little bit of problem solving that needed to be done in order to get them in the right square footage and the right location. Boomer is phone here. So thank you again for problem solving that for us. With that, I'll make a motion to approve.
A motion and a second are already on the table. Any other conversation?
Can I amend my motion to include the photos of council members at airport going up soon?
We'll work on that.
Okay, it's been 2 years only, so thank you, Director.
All right. Any opposition? Seeing none, the item passes 6-0. All right, that's going to bring us to item 1D, as in David, cooperative purchase agreement with Braun Northwest. This was pulled to contested by Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Council President. My question is not so much about the vehicle, but about the timing of it. The item suggests that this is it'll be paid for over a 10-year lease, and it assumes that these leases will be paid through the police department's budget in future years. I know we are yet to hear the mayor's proposed budget, so are we already baking in future costs before the council adopts a new budget?
Well, like anything we purchase, Brian Barr, Director of General Services, like anything we purchase for the police department, fire department, it's all set up in the budget to be lease financed. And this being no exception, if it's approved by council, this would then carry into the budget year. If it's not, then it wouldn't.
My question is, why are you asking us to approve a purchase of a vehicle prior to us appropriating the money in the upcoming budget?
Brian, what he's asking is it in this year's budget or next year's budget?
Technically,
It's a 10-year lease, so it's not in this year's budget.
Okay, let me, so, yes.
Again, it's not about the equipment, it's about the timing.
So here it is. We used to be able to purchase things outright, but because the cost is so high and we don't have that much money to just cash pay up front, we basically finance it over multiple years. So yes, absolutely. For every year, we will have to budget these payments going forward the 10 years. We do that with police cars. We do that with all sorts of equipment. So this is no different. We will be budgeting a lease payment in future years of the police department budget.
What I'm asking city managers, in the past, we would approve the budget, and the budget would have $10 million for police cars. And then after that, the city staff will come back with a lease contract to purchase those $10 million of police cars. In this case, in my view, you're putting the cart before the horse. You're committing us to a 10-year lease payment prior to us discussing the budget, which is due in a week.
The lease payments are in this budget, as if theoretically, if we were to buy this on day one, we would have to be paying the lease payment.
For what? For how many years is in the budget for?
It's a 5-year lease and 10 payments to a year.
So how much money is in the current budget for this 10-year commitment?
It's roughly 10% of the cost, so about $50,000. I don't have
Correct.
the exact
So
number.
we have the first year's payments, and then the next budget we present would have the second. the next budget we would, so yes, we would be budgeting for 5 years. We bring these to you, they're really, this is no different, it's just a larger vehicle. But we don't bring the lease agreements. I think the lease, we don't bring an actual lease agreement to them, that's just the mechanism, right?
No, the actual lease mechanism is a requirements contract with the finance department. The finance department sets up all of the lease and financing structure. This is just the approval to enter into that already approved
I
finance
understand
structure.
that, but in this case, there isn't sufficient money in the current budget for this, the total commitment of this cost.
Correct, we do not have 5 years' worth of payments in this budget.
So why not wait for you to present the budget to us before you ask us to commit the full amount here? Like, I don't know what the trade-off's gonna be. If we commit to this item, are we gonna have one less police vehicle, 2 less police vehicles? I guess my question goes back to timing. The mayor's gonna propose his budget. None of us have seen it until May 18th.
So, Councilmember.
So why are we doing this now?
This was actually in the budget you approved last year,
Yes, thank you.
and the staff is now finally bringing you the lease.
Yes.
So you approved it in the fiscal year '23 budget back last June.
That is correct.
So the
Okay.
24 budget would have the second year,
Right.
third year.
All right. Can you provide me the budget line where this was in last year's adopted budget for this vehicle?
I would have to go back to my
That's fine.
office and say,
Yeah, I just-
yes, we can.
I'm worried about process. I don't want us to put the cart before the horse when it comes to budget adoption and development of contracts. So as follow-up, if you can just provide us the budget line where we committed to this vehicle in the current adopted budget, then that's all I need. With that, I'll make a motion to approve.
Thank you.
Second.
I have a motion from Councilmember Arias and a second from Councilmember Carbasi. I don't see anyone else punched up. Is there any other discussion? Seeing none, is there any opposition? Seeing none, item passes 6-0. Thank you, Director, for your time. City Clerk, was there an announcement you wish to make at this time?
Yes, thank you. Just for clarification on item 1BB as in boy, file ID 23727, which was approved already. This item, the bill is not actually B12, it is B13. So there was a
All right, that'll bring us to item 1F as in Frank. This was approve an addendum to order such and such with Sin City Technologies. This was pulled by myself. Good afternoon, Director.
Good afternoon, Brian Horn, CIO, City of Fresno.
For a non-tech literate individual, would you break this down for me nice and simple like?
Yes, so what we're doing, ISD is doing with this application is we're taking whatever in Fresno right now, and we're exporting the information that we can, which is public information, out to another company who is then...
Which information is that you're referring to?
It could be potholes, it could be service orders, anything that could be like potholes or graffiti or any one of the service requests that we have, okay? And so what we're looking for is sentiment.
Is what?
Sentiment. How we are filling the needs of the citizen through this. So they go out and they take like either a pothole request, and they take it and put it in their system, and they go analyze it, and they come back and they tell us, okay, so many people were happy with this or not happy with this.
And what are you judging to say people were happy or dissatisfied with something?
They give us numbers back, like how many people are okay with potholes in general, or they don't like potholes, how they're being taken care of in the city.
I think it mines social media posts.
Yes, it does.
So it looks at, I don't know if it's like an algorithm or what the technological, it looks at a social media post and whatever it runs through its system, it determines if it's a positive or a negative sentiment.
So this is not based off of comments on Fresno, this is based off of people's personal social media?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, and that information is being given to a third party to do what with?
They give it back to us, but they put it out there. They use it for so they can interpret for us.
I mean, what's the point of that? I could go on and I could tell you right now, 3 people are pissed about not getting a pothole filled, and 2 people are happy that you filled the other one.
Okay.
I think that we look at it to make sure that we are paying attention to what the constituents are talking about and what they're happy about and what they're unhappy about so that we can make management decisions and make sure that we're paying attention, or that, for instance, Public Works, we're making sure that we have the sufficient amount of pothole crews, or it could be something in trash pickups that we look at it, we sort of look at it as a management tool to make sure that we're following along.
An example of something you think you might utilize this for?
So for instance, if we get a report back and it shows that there is a negative sentiment on trash pickups.
Right.
Okay, that tells me we have a problem with trash pickups. Then I go and I look at DPU and I say, hey, what's going on with trash pickups? Oh, how many skips have we had? We've had an increase in skips. Why do we have an increase in skips? Because we have drivers that are calling in sick and aren't showing up. That then allows us, it identifies the problem using technology. Okay, we have a problem here. We need to sit down and figure out how do we solve that. I think potholes is just a simple, that's really simple because it's prevalent in everybody's mind. Of course, we know everybody's unhappy about potholes, but I think sort of more the trash pickup is a good one that I've noticed that I don't particularly, for instance, you guys have staff that monitors your social media or next door.
Right, but here's my concern, city manager, is it sounds a little bit duplicative with some of the roles and responsibilities of council members whose jobs is to tell you what our constituents are thinking. Just because somebody's complaining about an issue on social media that happens to be my district doesn't necessarily mean that person's a constituent or a business owner in my district. So how is this going to be competing against your decision-making when it comes to allocating resources from what you're hearing on social media from somebody who may or may not even live in this city versus somebody I was elected to represent?
We're not using it to allocate resources.
So then what's the point?
I'm using it as a management tool because I can't be everywhere and be reading every single thing. And like I said, that's how I found out we had a problem up in solid waste that I wasn't aware of. It pushes me to go back to my people and say, what is going on here? And they're like, well, yeah, we've had drivers calling in sick. So I use it as a management tool. I'm not using it to allocate resources.
Councilmember Arias.
But city manager, I could have sworn we doubled or tripled your communication staff, and we gave you an Office of Community Affairs that's supposed to be doing community outreach on an ongoing basis. So do we not have others? In our offices, I'm the one that responds to my Facebook messages and emails and, complaints on Twitter and wherever else. Don't we have human capital to do that? Well, why do we need a software to survey people to tell us what are the pending issues around the city?
Because we have 500,000 people in this city and we can't, no, that's not what communications does not, they are more outwardly focused. Communications is outwardly focused. While yes, Office of Community Affairs is bringing more issues to the city about what are important issues in the different communities that they're serving, along with council members. I'm looking at it more from a service request type thing of, like I said, as a management tool. I can't, we do not have staff that is going through social media posts on a every single day basis, hour by hour. If we see there's this huge influx on a particular issue, it tells me that we have an issue in the city.
Councilmember Arias, I get your point, but I think a better instance would not be OCA, but do we not have individuals in the city who are responsible for overseeing our city's social media platforms?
No.
Who posts to the city of Fresno social media?
It's out. They post out. They take the communication out. It's not as much reading every single response that comes in and relaying that back in. They're outwardly focused of taking the message out. We use this as a technology because there's so many. As you can imagine, sometimes we have a post that gets thousands of responses. There's no way that we can read every single response that comes in. This aggregates them. It uses the technology to summarize if it was a particular issue, what the response was.
Anybody else wish to speak on this item?
I thought you guys would be happy that we're using technology. Geez.
They're trying to replace us.
Oh,
I'm kidding, I'm kidding, I'm kidding.
you guys, I'm telling you, this is a management tool for me. It's not,
I
I'm
guess-
sorry, it's not
yeah.
about you.
I guess, city manager, the way I'm wrestling with this is, I think it's every city employee's job to respond to complaints and concerns and requests for service. If you have one dedicated, software system to rely on, then we're not serving the people that live here. We're serving popular opinion or whatever's trending at that moment. And I don't want us leading our city in terms of problem solving based on, trending Twitter traffic.
So have you
versus
seen
human
that
beings.
yet?
No, which leads me to believe that this is not necessary.
Well, we've been using it for a year, and I don't think you've seen you guys being,
So give us an example of how you used this in the last year to effectuate change in city practice or policy.
I just gave you the example of the trash pickups. I just gave you an example. I get a report that shows that there's a very high negative sentiment with the words trash pickup, missed trash pickup. I get that report, I look at that, we have a problem. I go to Fresno, I looked at all of the missed reports in for missed trash pickup. I go to the department, what's going on here, guys?
So wouldn't you just be automatically go to Fresno and find out that everybody's complaining about the trash not being picked up? Why do you need another software to guide you to Fresno that already exists?
Because I don't have time on a daily basis to proactively go in on the, you know how many issues can be reported in Fresno? I don't have time to go in and review. It prompts me of what the priority is for that particular time period. The number one negative issue was missed trash pickups. I go pull the report for missed trash pickups. I wish I could be that proactive city manager who could be proactively looking at that, but I just don't have time to do that on a day-to-day basis. I tend to manage by crisis.
Anybody feel so compelled to make a motion?
Not going to approve it?
Motion to deny on the table? I'll second. A motion to deny by Councilmember Arias, a second from myself. Is there any opposed?
I'm opposed to the denial.
2 opposed versus 4 in favor. Motion failed, or motion passes to deny. Thank you, Director.
Real quick, those no's were Bredefeld
And Carbasi.
Carbasi, thank you.
With Councilmember Chavez missing. That'll take us to item 1H. This was pulled by Councilmember Bredefeld, but would you like to make a motion to approve, Councilmember?
Yes, I would like to make a motion to.
And I'll second that as it's in my district. Motion and a second are on the table for item 1H. Any opposition? Seeing none, the item passes 6-0. That'll take us to item 1K, as in King. Approve 1.5 million permanent local housing allocation agreement with Broadway Plaza Family Apartments. This is pulled by Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Council Prince. I want to make a motion to approve the item, but I did want to raise a couple concerns that I spoke to the city manager about and city staff. A couple of things this is for the council's benefit and the public. This is Hotel Fresno. It's the last portion of it. The council voted to allocate the money a few months ago. This is the final agreement that does that, and it's the final allocation for the project to be completed and ready for occupancy. All the residential units are complete. They're now waiting for final inspections. In that final phase of inspections, 2 issues have come to my attention that I think are going to be an ongoing trend for us, as we all want higher density housing within the city limits and infill development. One of them is around the availability of fire inspectors to complete fire inspections. Previous action by this body was to add inspectors, to add firefighters. We're still seeing that there's a shortage of folks being available to complete inspections. So I know the city manager and the fire folks are working on getting that inspection complete on time, but I just want to reiterate that as we have publicly said, PG needs a problem to get occupancy permits. I'm now starting to see the trend that our own departments responsible for inspections are now starting to become a barrier to getting the occupancy permit. So, and I do recognize they're all busy, everybody's overwhelmed, but I'm hoping to have this conversation broadly in the budget development process, because when the fire department now becomes potentially an obstacle to getting occupancy permits for $40 million projects that we've been developing for years, That's a concern for me. Secondly, is this requirement that the fire department and other departments, including the police department, have begun to impose on high-density, multiple-story housing projects, which is equipment, in order for their radios to work. We know that spotty reception has been an issue. IT is working on a long-term plan for that. But in the short term, what I was not aware of until recently is that the fire and police department are able to impose the purchase of equipment in order for the radios to work in their buildings. The equipment is from $250,000 to $750,000. Those developments are going to start coming to this body asking us to pay the cost for that additional equipment requirement. What I'm concerned about is two-pronged. One is if we require developments to pay for this upgraded equipment because our current system is failing, will that equipment become, voided when we finally reach that long-term telecommunication solution that we're working on, where it no longer be needed? And, two, will we essentially have to pay for all these high-density housings that we all want for that additional cost that we're imposing? If that's the case, then we are essentially paying for our own, condition and our own lack of a long-term plan. So I just want to bring that to the attention of this body as we get into these budget deliberations. I was not aware of that our equipment was of such failing condition that we must now, require expensive telecommunication equipment in these housing projects. And two, that we are still struggling with the capacity on inspections from the fire department to get to the significant amount of inventory that we have for occupancy permits. So that's my only concern that I want to bring to attention, because I think we have all done a good job of funding a lot of new high-density housing projects, but just cautionary tales from my colleagues that when you get to that final stretch, you will see some of these barriers come, and I think it's going to become a trend and one that we have to get ready to address. So with that, I'll just call the question.
And I'll second it. We have a motion to approve by Councilmember Arias and a second from myself. Any other discussion? Any opposition? Seeing none, the item passes 6-0. Thanks, Phil. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Next up, we have item 1M, as in Mary, renewal of the Fresno PD annual military equipment use report. This was pulled by Councilmember Arias. Hello, Chief.
Hello, Police Chief.
Good afternoon.
I recognize this is a required report by the state legislature that we now all have to be informed of all the military type of equipment that you have and approve it. My question really centers around, I read your report fully, and I noticed that a couple, one in particular of your equipments, you used it 6 times in the last year, but you've had it in community events 8 times. Is that normal? I mean, when in my world, if you need equipment for policing purposes, then we approve it and we supply it. But when you're using it more often for community events and parades and for actual policing, do we reevaluate whether we need that kind of equipment? We have to replace it, because the report also does a good job of telling us the expiration or the life cycle of these equipments, the cost of replacing that equipment. But what analysis do you go through to assess whether you need that type of equipment going forward, or whether it actually needs to be replaced when it comes to the lifespan?
Yeah, I'd be happy to answer your question. Which specific piece of equipment were you referring to, Councilman?
It's on page 20 of your report.
So I can tell you that coincidentally, the piece of equipment that was brought forth before this council today happens to be on this list itself. That happens to be our de-escalation vehicle for our crisis negotiations team. That is one in particular that has been used only 6 times last year. What they do is they go to a scene where there's a barricaded person or somebody in crisis, and they've committed a felony crime. So we can't just walk away from that, and we have to bring peace and de-escalate the situation. I'm happy that we've only used it 6 times in the last year, but I hate to be in a situation where we have to respond to a call like that and we don't have it. Whenever we go out and we do certain community events, we do have an approval system to approve. We don't just send all of this extremely expensive equipment to any event. We certainly assess whether it's justified, but going out there and communicating with the community and letting them see who we are, that we're here to help, that we are worthy of their trust, and to show them some of the equipment we have. It has a high value in creating community trust and also in being transparent. So I think it's a great investment to, for example, to be able to go out to one of your events and to have K-9 officers there or whoever else within reason. If we don't have enough staffing, we're not going to pay overtime for that. If there's a piece of equipment that we're not utilizing, then I'm a proponent of getting rid of it. The things that are being asked for today in particular, they're on this list, are things that a city such as Fresno, which is the 5th largest in California, definitely needs, especially in a time of a mass shooting, a crisis, a barricaded subject. Allen, Texas was a great example. I hope there's never a situation like that here in Fresno, but if there is, certainly we need the equipment to be able to handle it. And keep
My
people safe.
secondary question is, this equipment is very rarely used based on your report, which I think it's a good thing that's rarely used. Do you have an agreement to loan this equipment to other agencies and vice versa? Can you borrow similar equipment from other agencies since it's rarely used by either agency?
That's a great question. We're actually doing that now with our Bearcat. It's been down for part of this last year. We had several high-impact warrants that we had to go serve, where we actually went to the Madera County Sheriff's Office and they loaned us theirs because ours was out of commission. And in a case where a neighboring partner needs one, a smaller agency, we would either deploy there to help them, assist them, or provide the equipment, especially anybody in Fresno County.
And in that case, I know with fire, we do mutual aid and we get reimbursed for that mutual aid. Do we do the same thing in law enforcement? If we loaned our equipment to Clovis, does Clovis pay us back or give us some kind of
Unless
compensation?
they break it. Not unless they break it. So if it is a long-term emergency declaration, then we are reimbursed by either the state or the federal government. And on those, we typically do get reimbursed, not just for fuel, but for time and overtime, which is great. It takes about 18 months to get reimbursed, by the way. Typically, if they use something for a day, we don't charge them. We want to be a good partner. Because
Thank you.
Clovis and these other agencies do the same thing for us.
Yeah, thank you. Make a motion to approve.
And I'll second. Motion to approve in a second. Any discussion? Any opposition? Seeing none, item passes 6-0.
Thank you very much.
Chief.
Appreciate you.
That brings us to item 1S, as in Sam, award a construction contract to AC Electric Company for the Fresno Street Corridor Project. This was pulled by Councilmember Arias.
Yes. My question is very simple. This project impacts several districts, and I saw the scope of work, but I couldn't ascertain from the item whether you're actually going to repave Fresno Street.
No, there's some repaving at Clinton associated with the work that's being done there for the traffic signal, but no repave work, no slurry work along the roadway. It's really just ped head, pedestrian improvements, traffic signal, and 2 hawks.
So we're going to do all the work on Fresno Street when it comes to traffic signals and sidewalks and leave the worst road in the city unpaved?
Well, this is an ATP-funded project. It doesn't cover roadway maintenance.
No, I understand, but what is the plan for repaving the actual street? Because we're going to go out there and reconstruct everything else but the street based on this contract as this currently stands. Scott, what's the plan? Is the plan in the mayor's proposed budget that he's going to roll out to us in a week that we're going to finally repave Fresno Street, or are we going to have to tell people that we just fix the sidewalks and put new intersection lights, but the potholes remain?
Good afternoon, Council. Scott Mosier, Public Works. So this is a very long corridor from B Street in southwest Fresno all the way up to Friant Road. There are sections of Fresno that are budgeted for paving, and Council will see that within the proposed budget.
What sections of Fresno Street are currently proposed to be repaved?
The ones that we've had in our 5-year plan, one of those is near the 99 from C Street up to F Street. That is one of those. And then it is near Shields and Dakota areas, another one of our worst. And also, as Scott Seam, Design Services noted, the intersection of Fresno and Clinton has a very high amount of potholes, and so we're repaving all of that as well.
So the stretch that's along the hospital, Fresno Street, is that going to remain as is for the foreseeable future?
That section of that, a half mile of that is being repaved.
What portion of it?
Council, I need to check on that, whether, are we going north or south of Clinton right there? I want to say north.
I think it goes north, Scott.
North.
Repave. It's just from the street at the intersection, but I thought the streets had it. We'll confirm, but I believe that's the half mile to the north.
Okay. All right. I'm not asking to preview the mayor's budget. I'll wait like everyone else, see what he includes on the 18th. But the Fresno Street by the hospital is been one of the worst roads in the city for a long time. So if it's not in the mayor's proposed budget, it's not in this ATP grant, then we're going to have to find the money to be able to repave that. With that, I'll make a motion to approve.
Motion from Arias, second from Esparza. Any discussion? Seeing none, is there any opposition? Seeing none, the item passes 5-0? 5-0. Thank you. That brings us to 1V as in Victor, consultant agreement with Baker Tilly US LLP to develop an assessment, recommend options to improve the services and affordability of electricity in the city of Fresno. As one of the sponsors of this item, I'm going to ask to continue this until the next council meeting, city manager.
I'll second it.
Okay. A motion to table and a second. Is
You
there any
sure
conversation?
you don't want to keep it so we can gut it today? While Luis is gone?
Seeing no conversation, is there any opposition? Disappointed. Seeing
Come
none,
on.
item is continued to May 25th. Thank you, everybody. All right, sorry to steal your thunder, Esparza. Going on to item 1W as in William, reject all bids for the Fresno Street and Browning Avenue intersection improvement. This was pulled by myself. Hello, Mr. Seam. Can you explain to me what the issue was with this project?
Yeah, for sure. Scott Seam.
Can you speak a little closer to the microphone?
Yeah.
Thanks.
This project had two bidders on it. The low bidder, they provided DBE paperwork, but the DBE goal was not met. Our goal was 19%, and they provided 0%. Our DB coordinator and Caltrans decided they did not meet a good faith effort on it either, and recommended that we reject the bids. And
Are we
rebid it.
legally required to? City Attorney's Office?
In our opinion, yes. And we provided that advice to staff.
What does that do with the timeline from here on out? I know this has been a really important infrastructure improvement that the school next door, Robinson, has been anticipating, have a lot of safety concerns, and they were hoping to have this installed during the summer. Right.
It'll push us back 3 to 4 months.
Which gives us an expected completion date of when?
Next summer?
Next summer.
Yeah.
Why so long? Is there not a way this could be expedited if the RFP is already put together? Can you put it out for a smaller amount of time? Scott?
We could, but the timeline is really based on equipment availability.
It's
When the
based on
contractor
what?
can order,
Oh, equipment.
Repeat that, please.
when the contractor can order the poles, the long lead items. We did informal bid on the poles, but I don't believe we have the controller available or the cabinet. And that could control when the traffic signal could be heated and activated.
Are there any legal maneuvers that we have to help expedite this project when it comes to putting the RFP out?
It's challenging. There's also a federal component. I don't know if that was mentioned. We need to have those requirements in place.
I think like for the bid process, I mean, the actual, this is not an RFP, this is a competitive procurement, right? So there are just statutory timelines. I can tell you where we can speed it up, since we pretty much have the documents put together already. There are timelines built in. For instance, the city attorney's office generally needs 2 weeks to review an item. It's supposed to come to me 10 days before. We can shorten those internal timelines since it's already been reviewed once and we're just putting it right back on. So I think we can shave some time off there. But on the statutory, we have to post it for so many days. Those are the ones we can't corner. But
Are they statutory?
Or
a competitive procurement?
Procurement, the deadlines in the procurement, is that charter, municipal code, federal?
21 days.
Can somebody speak to the actual timelines for each part of the federal process, please?
Brandon, can you come up too?
Good afternoon. Randall Morrison, Assistant Director of Public Works. So Since the project is federally funded, we do have to follow the Caltrans Local Assistance Procedures Manual, and that does specify a minimum of 21 days of public advertisement for the competitive bid process.
So when would you anticipate putting this back out and starting that 21-day timer? Given what you've heard from the city manager and attorney, that they could probably expedite their parts internally.
Yeah, so following the rejection of all bids today, our team can work with purchasing and get this advertised within the next 2 weeks, and we will do our best, to expedite that and get that possibly next week. But it does take some time to coordinate with the Business Journal and all the advertisement requirements. But we will do everything we can to put this back on the street, follow the minimum advertisement period, and then upon bid opening, then we will expedite getting on the council agenda for a contract award.
If we're able to do it that quickly, why would it push this project out till next summer?
So that is due to the ordering of materials. So long lead items for traffic signal controllers. It has been a challenge for us, and we are evaluating other options. Some projects we're ordering all the materials ahead of time and providing them to the contractor. Some of the projects that we're looking at right now, we're looking at ordering them, large orders for the city and then supplying them out on a loaner program to the contractors. So we are evaluating each of our projects because of that challenge that's coming up on all of our projects. As Scott Seam mentioned, we did order the traffic signal poles ahead of time on this. And we anticipated that was our normal process until recently, over the last year, we've started to experience challenges on traffic signal controllers. So that's a new component. It was just the poles, now it's other components. So that's why we're having to evaluate our whole program and figuring out how to get projects into construction and actually constructed.
So when would you guys order all those components then?
Right now, they're in the contract bid documents. And so the contractor would need to order the traffic signal controller. So that's why, based on the way it's put together now, it would be next summer, but we could evaluate other means for getting this one constructed early.
To simplify, so what we're hearing from contractors is when they're ordering the equipment, it's taking anywhere from 8 months to a year. We keep hearing that consistently, so we have started ordering equipment ourselves. One, we use it ourselves to replace things when they're knocked over in a traffic accident or something like that. So we've started ordering supplies to try and avoid these types of delays. So the way the bid documents are is that the contractor is to provide the equipment. That's the way it's always been. But we know they're having such a hard time with supply chain on these issues. What I would recommend is, because these bid documents have already been approved in this previous round, leave it the way it is, but we'll continue to pursue purchasing through our channels, and whoever crosses the finish line first as far as getting the equipment in, if we get it first, we'll loan it to the contractor. When the contractor gets their equipment in, they give it back to us. That's the way we've been trying to move things forward.
So what happens if we run into similar DBE issues as we did this last round? Does it start the whole process over again?
We do have, a DBE program, and there is some outreach that can be done through that program. So we can explore that through our advertisement process. But unfortunately, some of that's, it's up to the contractors and them submitting a complete competitive bid.
And what happens if that doesn't take place again?
Then we have to look at rebidding the project again, unfortunately.
How many times do we have to do that before we could say, okay, this is?
So this bid is very unique. I know we have two projects today that we're rejecting bids on, but it is not very common for us to have to recommend a rejection of all bids. Usually contractors are able to put together a good faith effort or meet the DBE requirements. So this is pretty unique, and I don't anticipate it happening again.
I can't think of a time in recent past where someone's had a hard time meeting DBE requirements. We have really boosted our DBE program we have them attending all sorts of events to get people certified as DBEs. We've added staff in that area to increase that. So I can't think of a time recently that we've had this issue. So I think, just belts and suspenders. We can look at who the contractors are who do this business, and we can do, outside of the bid process, proactively have our DBE team reaching out and making sure they're aware of who the DBE certified contractors are in Fresno. So we've done everything possible on our end to help them comply with their requirements. So I think that's something that we could do that we traditionally don't do. This isn't, I don't think there's a ton of contractors that are in this business here locally that would overtax staff resources.
All right.
I know it's frustrating.
So, City Attorney, this is hypothetical, but federal requirements, what happens if the city were to transgress on those requirements? What's the penalty for something like that?
If we can have Brandon Collette come up here, I know he's looked at this issue.
Hey, and in between Brandon and Randall, is this Buy America compliant? Okay, so if you could address that, Brandon, that's another aspect.
So also to add, just before Brandon covers it.
Sure.
We would potentially be subject to losing our grant funding if we do not comply with those federal requirements.
Which grant funding?
All of the grant funding. And it could, if we put out projects without meeting the requirements, it could impact our entire program. So that is one thing that we would need to work with Caltrans on.
Brandon Collette, Supervising Deputy City Attorney. I have nothing to add what Randall said. I mean, potentially, Caltrans could just not give us any additional funding, in addition to losing the funding for this project. So.
Okay. Well, I think it's pretty clear what needs to happen. This is not just an average signal. This is one next to a pretty busy school that a lot of children are having issues with. So I don't think I could compel you to do anything, but I appreciate getting creative and trying to figure out a way to expedite this somehow. I know the principal and the staff are really excited to see this project coming about, and it's going to be a big disappointment to them. I understand a lot of it's out of our control. Motion to approve. Second by Carbasi. Any opposition? Seeing none, item passes 6-0. Thank you. That'll bring us to our last contested consent item. That's 1AA, resolution adopting a pilot program, Tower District, Districts 1 and 3, Highway 99, Clinton and Shaw. This was pulled by Councilmember Esparza.
Council President, I had my questions answered upon further review. This is very similar to something we've passed in the past in other districts, but a little tighter since it's restricted only to small business. So we'll let the sponsor go ahead and make a motion. Second.
Got a motion from Perea, a second from Esparza. And is there any other discussion on this matter? Seeing none, is there any opposition? Seeing none, the item passes 6-0. The time is 2:45. We are going to go ahead and go back into closed session at this time. City Attorney, can you please let us know what we'll be hearing and if there will be anything to report out afterwards?
Thank you, Council President. We don't expect to have anything reportable. In closed session today, we have item A, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. Item B, conference with labor negotiators, all units. Item C, public employee performance evaluation, city clerk. Item D, public employee performance evaluation, city attorney.